faire des gros plans sur le déchet pendant que tu fais ça pour soulever l'électricité.
Moi, je suis pas spécialiste. Moi, je pense que oui, parce que c'est un oui.
No. Dear delegates, the session is about to start. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Yeah, it's probably what they do.
Voice recognition, so it puts Jose in front of it, so we know who says it.
30,000 bloody pounds. Oui.
Dear delegates, the session is about to start. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Bonjour mesdames et messieurs. Point 1 de l'ordre du jour. Ouverture de l'Assemblée de la santé. La séance est maintenant ouverte. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs les ministres, mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs, mesdames et messieurs les délégués, monsieur le directeur général, en ma qualité de premier vice-président de la 76e Assemblée mondiale de la santé, j'ai l'honneur d'ouvrir la 77e Assemblée mondiale de la santé. Nous allons passer au point 1.1 de l'ordre du jour. Constitution de la commission de vérification des pouvoirs. L'Assemblée est tenue de nommer une commission de vérification des pouvoirs conformément à l'article 24 de son règlement intérieur. En application de cet article, je soumets à votre approbation les 12 États membres suivants: Albanie, Bhoutan, Costa Rica, Guinée-Bissau, Haïti, République islamique d'Iran, Kirghizistan, Madagascar, Mongolie, Ouganda, Slovaquie, Vanuatu. Cette proposition paraît-elle acceptable? Aucune observation n'étant formulée, je déclare que la commission de vérification des pouvoirs dans la salle 23 du bâtiment E. Point 1.2 de l'ordre du jour. Élection du président. Passons maintenant à l'élection du président. En vertu de l'article 25 du règlement intérieur, à chaque session ordinaire, l'Assemblée de la Santé élit un président et 5 vice-présidents qui occuperont ces fonctions jusqu'à l'élection de leurs successeurs. En amont de l'Assemblée de la Santé, un livre blanc contenant les noms des délégués proposés pour examen à l'issue des consultations menées dans les régions respectives ainsi que dans leurs pays respectifs a été distribué. Avant examen de la désignation du président de la 77e Assemblée mondiale de la santé, je rappelle que, conformément à la pratique de roulement régional suivie par l'Assemblée depuis de nombreuses années, le président de la 77e Assemblée mondiale de la santé devrait être choisi parmi les délégués des membres de la région africaine. Je crois savoir qu'il est proposé de désigner le docteur Edwin Dikolotti, ministre de la Santé et du Bien-être du Botswana, président de la 77e Assemblée mondiale de la santé. Cette proposition paraît-elle acceptable? En l'absence de toute objection et d'autres candidatures, je propose, conformément à l'article 80 du règlement intérieur, que l'Assemblée approuve la désignation et élise son président par acclamation. Le docteur Edwin Dikolotti, ministre de la Santé et du Bien-être du Botswana, est par conséquent élu président de la 77e Assemblée mondiale de la santé et je l'invite à prendre place à la tribune. Félicitations au docteur Dikolotti. C'est bon? Merci.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates, Director General, I would like to thank this Assembly for their trust in electing me as the President of the 77th World Health Assembly. I would like to express my appreciation to my predecessor, His Excellency Dr. Christopher Fian, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Health of Malta, for his contribution to the last World Health Assembly. We shall now turn to the nomination for the offices of Vice Presidents of the Health Assembly. I would like to recall that since a delegate from a member of the African region has filled the post of President, it will be equitable to choose the Vice Presidents from delegates from the other 5 WHO regions. In this regard, the following proposals have been received. Dr. Frank C.S. Anthony from Guyana, Dr. Yami G., Republic of Korea, Dr. Ala Nemirenko, Republic of Moldova, Dr. Ali Haji Adam Abubakar, Somalia, Dr. P.G. Mahipela, Sri Lanka. Are these proposals acceptable to the Assembly? In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect by acclamation the 5 delegates mentioned for the post of Vice President of the 77th World Health Assembly. I congratulate the Vice Presidents on their election. I shall now determine by lot the order in which the Vice President shall be requested to serve should the President be unable to act in between sessions. The names of the 5 Presidents have been written down on 5 separate paper slips, which I'm going to draw by lot. The first Vice President will be Dr. Frank C.S. Anthony. The second is Dr. Yami G. Third is Dr. P.G. Mahipala. Fourth is Dr. Ala Nemirenko. And fifth is Dr. Ali Haji Adam Abubakar. There will be sitting arranged for the Vice Presidents up here on the stage, and as I guess that the Vice Presidents take their seats on the stage at the second plenary meeting, which will take place on Monday, 27th May at 14:30. We shall now turn to the election of the chairs of the main committees. For the office of Chair of Committee A, Mr. Apuva Chandra, Secretary of Health and Family Welfare of India, has been proposed. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect Mr. Apuva Chandra of India as Chair of Committee A. For office of Chair of Committee B, Dr. Feras Hawari, Minister of Health of Jordan, has been proposed. Is this proposal acceptable? In the absence of any objections, I take it that it is the wish of the Health Assembly to elect Dr. Feras Hawari of Jordan. We shall now proceed to the composition of the General Committee in accordance with Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure. The General Committee consists of the President, the 5 Vice Presidents, the Chairs of Committees A and B, and 17 delegates to be elected by the Assembly. In order to have an equitable geographical distribution of the General Committee, I propose that the Assembly elect the remaining members of the General Committees as follows: 5 member states from the African region, 4 member states from the region of the Americas, 1 member state from the Eastern Mediterranean region, 5 member states from the European region, 2 member states from the Western Pacific region. The Secretariat has circulated in advance a white paper containing proposals for the nomination of the 17 other members of the General Committee. I shall repeat these proposals: Bahamas, Belgium, Bolivia, Burundi, China, Cuba, Equatorial Guinea, France, Guinea, Monaco, Mozambique, Singapore, South Sudan, Tajikistan, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America. Does the Assembly agree with these 17 proposals? I see no objection. I take it, therefore, that it is the wish of the Assembly to elect these member states as members of the General Committee. It is so decided. Before we complete our business, I would like to address some housekeeping matters. The General Committee will hold its first meeting today once the high-level welcome is concluded. The members of the committee should proceed to room 23. May I remind you that, according to Rules 30 and 31 of the Rules of Procedure, attendance at the General Committee is limited to its members and to not more than 1 member of each delegation to the Health Assembly not represented on the committee. The second plenary will resume this afternoon at 14:30. I would like to remind you that the next plenary will reconvene subject to the decision taken in the General Committee with the following program: Presidential Address, Item 1.4, that is the adoption of the agenda and allocation of items to maintain committees. Item 2, the report of the Executive Board on its 153rd and 154th session and on its 7th special session. Item 3, the address by Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General. In accordance with Rule 49 of our Rules of Procedure, I would like to remind delegations that wish to propose a resolution or decision to send a draft to the Secretariat today. We will now suspend the official program of the plenary and move into the high-level welcome. Please remain in your seats whilst the room is being set up. The meeting is adjourned.
This afternoon, but she wants to bring it, I think. Health for all is an investment, not a cost. Because we all need health. Societies, economies, families, each and every one of us. Which is why it's so clear that the World Health Organization, WHO, needs your support, so that over the next 4 years, together we can save 40 million additional lives. Thanks to a strong new strategy which all governments have created together, based on the latest science, which all governments will implement in their countries and communities, guided and coordinated by WHO. We are a uniquely representative organization. Our members are East, West, North, South, hot and cold, big and small. Our partners are diverse, each bringing important expertise to the table. If we have fully funded WHO's new strategy, by 2028, we will all be able to say, together we have created 10,000 climate and shock-resilient health facilities, trained 3.2 million more health workers, and analyzed thousands of signals to identify, assess, and inform on 30 health threats per month, so outbreaks are identified within 7 days. But to implement the strategy, WHO needs to be appropriately and sustainably funded, with predictability, and with enough flexibility. That's why in 2024, we're launching the investment round. We are grateful to all our supporters and encourage our funders to follow those who are already committing flexible and predictable funding. Investment in WHO yields healthy results, a prudent investment, and a moral imperative. It moves us closer to the vision of health for all. We need you, each of our member states and partners, to turn this vision into reality. All for health. Health for all.
It's completely unacceptable for patients and hospital staff to be unsafe.
This is the worst situation I have seen in my life.
You're watching this video because you care about health, because health for all is an investment, not a cost. Because we all need health. Societies, economies, families, each and every one of us. Which is why it's so clear that the World Health Organization, WHO, needs your support, so that over the next 4 years, together we can save 40 million additional lives. Thanks
Your
to
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats, please? Vos Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous invite à rejoindre vos sièges, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats, please? Vos Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, veuillez rejoindre vos sièges, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Director General, all ministers, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to welcome you to the high-level welcome. We are honored to have with us this morning the presence of distinguished guests at the invitation of the Director General. Without further ado, I have the honor to invite Her Excellency Ms. Elisabeth Baum-Schneider, Federal Chancellor of Swiss Federation, to give her welcome remarks.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Directeur général, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, permettez peut-être qu'en début de propos, je puisse adresser mes plus sincères sentiments de compassion aux familles des victimes des glissements de terrain massifs qui ont eu lieu en Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée. J'exprime la solidarité de la Suisse, de mon peuple, avec le peuple et le gouvernement de la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée. Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom de la Confédération suisse, je vous souhaite chaleureusement la bienvenue à Genève pour la 77e Assemblée mondiale de la santé, placée cette année sous le thème intitulé « Un monde mobilisé pour la santé pour tout le monde ». Malgré les impressionnants défis à relever, l'engagement de l'OMS depuis sa création en 1948 nous a permis de parcourir un long chemin, un chemin vers la santé pour toutes et tous. En inscrivant dans sa constitution le droit fondamental de chaque être humain à atteindre le meilleur état de santé possible, l'OMS en fait une réalité. La santé pour toutes et tous est non seulement un impératif moral, mais aussi un investissement précieux dans l'avenir de nos sociétés. Au cours des dernières décennies, l'OMS nous a démontré que l'amélioration de la santé de chaque personne est possible si nous avons la volonté de faire évoluer et avancer les choses ensemble. L'engagement dans la lutte contre les maladies, avec le succès historique de l'éradication de la variole en 1980, en est un bel exemple. Plus récemment, cette année, un des premiers vaccins antipaludiques a pu être administré dans des pays touchés par ce fléau, donnant ainsi place à l'espoir que cette maladie pourra un jour être vaincue à son tour. Trouver des solutions et mettre en œuvre des réponses globales efficaces nécessite une solidarité internationale amplifiée, un multilatéralisme fort et un leadership universel. Cela signifie également qu'il est nécessaire de dialoguer, de faire preuve d'ouverture et d'être prêt à écouter les autres. L'OMS a toujours placé les populations et leur santé au centre de ses préoccupations. L'OMS a toujours été un acteur impartial qui nous rassemble toutes et tous. Comme nous l'avons une fois de plus constaté lors de la dernière pandémie, l'organisation est au centre de toute question sanitaire au niveau global. L'OMS joue un rôle unique, un rôle essentiel en tant qu'agence mondiale pour la santé. Elle représente une solution multilatérale indispensable aux problèmes mondiaux. Nous vivons dans un monde interconnecté où les frontières géographiques sont de plus en plus perméables, où les défis qui se dressent devant nous sont à l'échelle universelle. Aujourd'hui, plus que jamais, nous avons besoin de cet espace de discussion à Genève, Genève berceau du multilatéralisme, pour dégager et consolider des solutions collectives à ces défis. Le multilatéralisme incarne la conviction que les problèmes globaux ne peuvent être résolus de manière efficace et équitable qu'en unissant nos forces, en partageant nos ressources et en coopérant dans un esprit d'ouverture. Genève, avec son histoire riche en négociations diplomatiques et en accords internationaux, représente l'esprit même du multilatéralisme. C'est ici que se façonne une partie significative de l'histoire mondiale en cours. En ces temps de turbulence, d'incertitude, il nous appartient de rester fidèles à cet esprit de Genève pour guider nos actions. Nous devons reconnaître et prendre en considération les défis tels que des crises sanitaires au niveau mondial ne peuvent être surmontés que si nous travaillons véritablement ensemble en tant que communauté internationale vivante et solidaire. Mesdames et Messieurs, la pandémie du Covid-19 nous a démontré une fois de plus la nécessité de nous appuyer sur des instruments internationaux contraignants. Dès le début, la Suisse s'est activement engagée dans des négociations d'un accord sur les pandémies. Cet exercice indispensable nous a permis de réfléchir à ce que nous avons réussi collectivement pendant la crise et de nous pencher sur les lacunes qui subsistent. Nous espérions, nous souhaitions que l'engagement sans relâche de nos équipes de négociation débouche cette semaine sur la finalisation d'un accord sur les pandémies. Ce ne sera malheureusement pas le cas. Néanmoins, nous avons beaucoup d'éléments à célébrer aujourd'hui. Premièrement, l'engagement inlassable de l'ensemble des États membres qui, avec le précieux soutien de l'OMS, ont œuvré pour trouver des bases pour un instrument équitable, constructif et qui puisse faire une différence pour toutes nos populations. Deuxièmement, les nombreux éléments de convergence sur lesquels nous sommes parvenus à nous mettre d'accord pour un futur accord sur les pandémies. Et troisièmement, l'esprit de Genève. Ces derniers mois ont été une preuve que le dialogue et un multilatéralisme fort nous permettent de progresser ensemble et de renforcer la prévention, la préparation et surtout la riposte aux pandémies. Ce processus n'est pas terminé. Nous avons aujourd'hui l'opportunité, nous avons la responsabilité de prendre un peu de recul, de réfléchir à la meilleure manière de poursuivre ensemble nos travaux. La Suisse demeurera engagée pour parvenir à un résultat significatif et à finaliser l'accord sur les pandémies. Nous devons continuer d'œuvrer pour un consensus afin de mieux protéger l'ensemble de nos populations. La Suisse a également participé activement au processus d'amendement du règlement sanitaire international. Ce dernier représente un instrument indispensable, un instrument précieux de coopération pour mieux lutter contre la propagation internationale des maladies infectieuses. Il est de notre responsabilité d'œuvrer ensemble à son renforcement et à l'efficacité de son application. Nous espérons que la présente Assemblée permettra de trouver un consensus dans ce domaine et que le caractère universel de cet important instrument puisse être préservé. En ce qui concerne les autres priorités de l'agenda, la Suisse estime que les travaux en cours sur un financement souple et durable et sur les réformes de la gouvernance sont essentiels pour permettre à l'OMS de renforcer, de consolider son rôle. Mon pays s'est traditionnellement engagé en faveur d'une OMS plus forte, respectée, et nous sommes convaincus qu'il est pour cela essentiel d'accroître l'efficacité de l'organisation. La Suisse a fait des propositions concrètes à ce sujet et continuera son engagement dans ce sens. L'adoption par les États membres d'une trajectoire visant à augmenter les contributions obligatoires a été un élément crucial en vue d'un financement plus souple et durable de l'organisation. La Suisse accueille aussi favorablement un autre élément du financement durable, à savoir le cycle d'investissement que l'OMS lancera à l'occasion de cette Assemblée. Il permettra de garantir les ressources nécessaires au travail de base de l'OMS pour les 4 prochaines années. Mesdames et messieurs, les tâches et les responsabilités qui nous incombent cette semaine sont vastes, sont importantes. L'un des défis significatifs auxquels nous sommes confrontés est la résistance croissante aux antimicrobiens. Cette résistance représente aujourd'hui l'une des principales menaces pour la santé publique et le développement à l'échelle mondiale et une cause majeure de décès dans le monde. Comparable à une pandémie silencieuse, cette résistance compromet notre capacité à traiter les infections courantes et les maladies graves. Par conséquent, la Suisse salue l'élaboration de priorités stratégiques et opérationnelles de l'OMS en la matière pour ces prochaines années. Mesdames et messieurs, nous devons faire tout notre possible pour mieux nous préparer au niveau national, au niveau régional et international à faire face aux crises qui nous attendent. Notre effort passe nécessairement par le renforcement de notre et de nos systèmes de santé nationaux et l'amélioration de la qualité des soins. Pour réaliser cette vision et cette ambition, l'OMS a élaboré, en consultation avec ses États membres, son 14e programme général de travail qui est axé sur 3 objectifs principaux. Il s'agit naturellement de promouvoir la santé, d'assurer un accès équitable aux services de santé et de protéger la population contre les urgences sanitaires. Il s'agit d'un plan ambitieux, prometteur, visant à aborder les priorités les plus pressantes en matière de santé mondiale, qui constitue l'un des points les plus significatifs de notre ordre du jour cette semaine. Mesdames et messieurs, j'aimerais finalement saisir cette occasion pour reconnaître l'intensité des travaux et l'engagement infatigable de toutes les délégations en amont de cette Assemblée. Il s'agit d'un engagement en faveur de l'équité, en faveur d'une meilleure protection de nos populations contre les pandémies. En travaillant ensemble, nous pouvons créer un monde dans lequel chaque personne a la possibilité de vivre en bonne santé, en meilleure santé, de réaliser son plein potentiel et de contribuer au bien-être commun. Je vous invite, je vous appelle à incarner l'esprit de Genève et à vous en inspirer pour défendre, pour promouvoir le multilatéralisme et à œuvrer sans relâche pour un monde plus sain, un monde plus juste et plus pacifique pour toutes et tous. C'est seulement en unissant nos forces que nous pourrons réaliser cette vision, notre vision commune. Avant de conclure, mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur et le bonheur de vous convier toutes et tous à participer à la traditionnelle réception offerte par la Suisse. Elle se tiendra ce soir à 17h30 devant le bar du Serpent du Palais des Nations et j'espère avoir le grand plaisir de vous y accueillir personnellement en présence du directeur général que je remercie d'ores et déjà de sa présence. Je vous remercie de vos précieuses attentions. Merci.
Federal Chancellor. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Farah El-Dibani, an Egyptian acclaimed opera singer who has performed at various global events, including the World Youth Forum, the 75th anniversary of UNESCO, and the 2022 FIFA World Cup final, to perform her rendition. Ms. El-Dibani.
And to share my voice with you. I mean, especially that it's for a good cause. I mean, what better way to use one's voice if not for such a cause? And I think we all agree on the fact that health is a fundamental right of human beings. I couldn't help but think the same actually about culture and arts. You know, I come from this field, and I believe that culture is actually the base of humanity. Without it, there's none. And therefore, health and our well-being, our mental and physical well-being, is extremely connected to culture and arts and music, because it comes from the soul. It's something that is very human, and it heals us. I would like to think of it more as a therapy. I mean, if you go to a concert or visit an art exhibition or go to the theater, I don't think any of you comes out with a bad thought or a negative feeling. I think this never happened before. That's just a tiny example how effective it can be on our health and our mental and psychological well-being as well, not just our physical well-being. Maybe I'd like to share a little story that I've never talked about before from my own experience as an opera singer. You know, the opera world is very tough, full of pressure. We are always faced by a lot of mental pressure, there's a lot of tension, we're always in competition. It's like a race. So when I was studying opera in Berlin, actually, I lost my voice completely. And I was there, I went to Germany, I moved to Germany to study opera at one of the best schools, and I lost my voice. And I had to work for 6 months, voiceless, no voice, even for speaking, to get my voice back, to heal, to let my body heal actually without even operating, without any intervention, except my own mental strength exercises that I've been doing, my self-confidence that I had to regain, my trust in my body that it would heal itself. From this story, I just wanted to tell you that actually what I learned and what is actually essential for everyone is that people should just listen to their own body and soul, and should take their time in doing things their own way, in their own time, and not just feel pressured by anything else. That's, I think, the best way and the most efficient. From this thought, I'd like to go to the next song that I hope will give joy to all of you and that I especially dedicate to Dr. Tedros. You will know why. Come and enjoy, come in peace, come and enjoy, come in peace, come and enjoy, come in love. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eldibani. It is my privilege to now invite our special guest of honor, His Excellency President Mohamed El Ghazani, the President of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, to provide the keynote address. Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Excellence, Monsieur Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Directeur général de l'OMS, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations partenaires et parties prenantes de l'OMS, Mesdames et Messieurs, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier Son Excellence Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Directeur général de l'OMS, pour avoir bien voulu m'inviter à prendre la parole à cet accueil de haut niveau à l'occasion de la 77e session de l'Assemblée mondiale de la santé, tenue sous le thème « Un monde mobilisé pour la santé pour tout le monde ». Je voudrais aussi le féliciter pour les admirables efforts que l'OMS ne cesse de déployer dans des contextes souvent difficiles et avec des financements insuffisants, flexibles et très en deçà des niveaux requis, afin de contribuer efficacement à l'avènement d'une couverture sanitaire universelle. Seule l'universalité et l'efficacité de la couverture sanitaire pourraient permettre, partout dans le monde, la pleine jouissance de toutes et de tous du droit légitime à la santé et au bien-être, conformément à l'ODD 3 des objectifs de développement durable. L'efficace coordination par l'OMS des efforts déployés à l'échelle mondiale pour progresser vers cet ODD 3, ainsi que les efforts consentis par les États membres afin de restructurer leur système sanitaire et de reformer leur cadre législatif et réglementaire, notamment leur régime d'assurance maladie pour réduire les dépenses de santé à la charge des patients, ont permis d'accomplir certains résultats indéniablement positifs à l'échelle planétaire et particulièrement en Afrique. Ainsi, l'espérance de vie des femmes africaines est passée de 54 ans à 67 ans. Le taux de mortalité maternelle et le nombre d'enfants décédant avant l'âge de 5 ans ont diminué significativement. Plusieurs maladies sont en passe d'être éradiquées et éliminées, comme la poliomyélite, la maladie du ver de Guinée, ainsi que le tétanos maternel et néonatal. Mais malgré ces résultats, certes encourageants, nous sommes encore très loin de la réalisation des objectifs de l'agenda 2030 en matière de la santé et de bien-être. Il suffit pour s'en convaincre de voir que la moitié des citoyens africains, ou pratiquement la moitié, 48%, soit quelques 672 millions de personnes, n'ont pas toujours accès aux soins de santé dont ils ont besoin. Les principaux déterminants de cette inacceptable situation sont liés à la faiblesse des infrastructures sanitaires, à la pénurie de personnel de santé qualifié et à l'accès insuffisant aux vaccins, aux médicaments et produits médicaux de qualité et plus globalement à l'inadéquation de nos systèmes de santé. Dramatiquement mis à l'épreuve par la pandémie de la COVID-19, ces systèmes ont révélé toute la faiblesse de leur résilience, ainsi que notre incapacité collective à mettre en place une riposte mondiale coordonnée et efficace face à des pandémies. Cette insuffisance de coordination, de solidarité, de mutualisation des moyens et de mise en synergie des efforts face à la COVID-19 est ce qui fonde aujourd'hui toute la pertinence des efforts visant à mettre en place un pacte juridiquement contraignant afin de protéger l'ensemble des citoyens et des citoyennes du monde face aux pandémies en renforçant la prévention, la préparation et la coordination des ripostes. Lors de la crise du Covid-19, l'un des défis majeurs était celui des vaccins et de l'équité dans leur mise à disposition des patients. Aussi, il est de plus en plus de haute urgence d'aider les pays en voie de développement à renforcer leurs capacités en matière de production de vaccins et de médicaments. Dans ce cadre, je tiens à insister sur l'importance du Forum mondial pour la souveraineté et l'innovation vaccinale co-présidé par l'Union africaine et le gouvernement français est prévu le 20 juin prochain à Paris. Ce forum verra le lancement de l'opportunité d'investissement de Gavi pour la période 2026-2030. Il sera également l'occasion du lancement de l'accélérateur de la production des vaccins en Afrique, qui est un mécanisme financier innovant conçu par Gavi en étroite collaboration avec les centres africains de contrôle et de prévention des maladies, visant à aider les fabricants de vaccins en Afrique à diversifier et à accroître leur production. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, aujourd'hui, par le jeu des inégalités sociales en matière d'accès aux services de santé, des millions de familles à travers le monde, et particulièrement en Afrique, n'accèdent pas ou accèdent avec beaucoup trop de difficultés aux soins dont ils ont besoin. Il va donc nous falloir, collectivement, travailler à réduire significativement ces inégalités en accélérant les progrès vers la couverture sanitaire universelle et la sécurité sanitaire par le renforcement des systèmes de santé et de l'investissement et l'investissement dans les infrastructures, les médicaments et les technologies sanitaires. Pour cela, nous avons besoin d'un élan de solidarité mondiale qui nous unit, tous, autour de la santé pour tous. Nous devons, dans ce cadre, soutenir activement l'Organisation mondiale de la santé et consentir aux efforts nécessaires à la réussite de son nouveau cycle d'investissement, qui vise à obtenir un financement durable, souple, prévisible et diversifié de son 14e programme général de travail pour la période 2025-2028. En effet, afin de contribuer positivement et significativement à la réalisation des priorités de l'OMS et de ses États membres, dans le cadre de l'EDD 3, la mise en œuvre du 14e programme général de travail pour la période 2025-2028 nécessitera, au vu des contributions fixées et des autres ressources assurées, un financement volontaire, souple et prévisible de 7,1 milliards de dollars sur 4 ans. Je tiens ici à souligner que, conformément au mémorandum d'accord historique signé entre l'Union africaine et l'Organisation mondiale de la santé le 18 novembre 2019, et qui scellent leur engagement conjoint à élargir et à approfondir leur entente et leur coopération en faveur de la santé en Afrique et dans le monde, nous n'épargnerons aucun effort pour la réussite du cycle d'investissement du 14e programme général de travail de l'OMS. En outre, nous sommes résolument engagés à poursuivre et à approfondir cette collaboration fructueuse entre l'Union africaine et l'OMS afin que toutes et tous, en Afrique et ailleurs, aient accès à des soins de santé abordables et de qualité. Aussi, tout en lançant un appel aux pays membres et aux partenaires de l'OMS afin qu'ils consentissent aux efforts requis pour la réalisation de l'EDD 3, je souhaite plein succès et réussite aux travaux de cette 77e session de l'Assemblée mondiale pour la santé. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm pleased to invite the President of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Thomas Bach, for his remarks.
Mr. Director General, Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, the power of the collaboration between WHO and the IOC is maybe best illustrated by our different Let's Move campaigns. Already last year, this campaign exceeded our expectations. When our next Let's Move campaign kicks off on Olympic Day, 23rd of June, we will once again inspire people to move for health, getting millions of people around the globe to warm up for the Olympic Games and celebrate the joy of sport. This is why I invite also you to move, because sport keeps our mind and our body strong and healthy. In this spirit, I would like to thank in particular the Director General of WHO, my very dear friend, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, for the kind invitation to address you, the 77th World Health Assembly. It is indeed a great honor to be with you here today. Our meeting allows me to express my appreciation to everyone at the World Health Organization for your guidance, reassurance and support during the dark days of the pandemic. The pandemic made it crystal clear how important sport is for our physical and mental health. Sport can save lives. Obesity, cardiovascular predispositions and other non-communicable diseases were the reasons for the vast majority of mortality during the pandemic. For all these diseases and predispositions, sport is an excellent tool for prevention. This is precisely what WHO and IOC addressed through our joint campaigns like Healthy Together or Let's Move, getting millions of people to stay strong and active when life, as we knew it, ground to halt. Countless athletes stepped up to the fight against the virus, joining the pro-vaccination campaigns, working in hospitals, helping and comforting people, encouraging to stay active and healthy, showing us that sport gives us hope. A highlight of these athletes' engagement was our digital Olympic workout, which in one single day introduced 500 million people around the globe to our joint campaign. We took our cooperation to a new level when it came to organizing 2 editions of Olympic Games during the pandemic. It is no exaggeration to say that without WHO, and in particular without our great friend Tedros, the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 and the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022 would not have taken place in a safe way. Thanks to the comprehensive countermeasures and vaccination programs that we developed together with the WHO, we could make these Olympic Games safe for everyone and without a single recorded transmission from the participants to host communities. And this is why it's also a great pleasure to see here Professor Katalin Kariko, who was at the origin of the vaccine we could then all benefit from, and to thank her for this great contribution to humankind, but in particular to the Olympic Games. And I'm very happy to have learned this morning that it's not your only contribution to the Olympic movement, but that your daughter, as a double Olympic champion in rowing, is a great example of a healthy mind in a healthy body. In Tokyo and Beijing, the Olympic and Paralympic athletes amazed us with their response to all the challenges, showing all of us the best that humankind can be if we come together in peace, solidarity, and unity of purpose. This reaction of the athletes touched the hearts of billions of people around the world. If these Olympic Games would not have taken place, we would have lost an entire generation of athletes. This is why, in the name of all these Olympic athletes, and may I, under the supervision of my dear friend, the President of IPC, Andrew Parsons, also say the Paralympic athletes, I would like to thank you for standing by our side in these extremely difficult times. Since then, our partnership continues to go from strength to strength. We continue to make sport available as the low-cost, high-impact tool par excellence for public health. As part of this effort, IOC and WHO are pioneering new ways of cooperating at the grassroots level, bringing together the expertise of both local health authorities and sports organizations. Our aim is to facilitate access to community sport activities for over 1 million people. As part of this joint initiative, we are training coaches, teachers, and community health workers of 500 different organizations. We are doing so through innovative partnerships between the national Olympic committees, local health authorities, and sports organizations at the community level. This is why I would like to encourage you, for not to say to urge you, to replicate this model of cooperation in your countries. Engage with your National Olympic Committee and your local sport organizations to integrate the low-cost, high-impact tool of sport in your healthcare and education systems. Looking further ahead, we see a great need for future cooperation with the WHO to promote the health of refugees. It was encouraging to see the WHO including health of refugees and migrants in your most recent global action plan. For the IOC, our work to support refugees through sport is led by our Olympic Refuge Foundation. The ambitious goal of the foundation is to give access to safe sport to 1 million young people affected by displacement by the end of this year. Probably the most emblematic symbol of our commitment to refugees is the IOC Refugee Olympic Team, which we created for the first time at the Olympic Games Rio 2016, and which will participate with a record number of refugee athletes at the forthcoming Olympic Games Paris 2024. Through this extensive refugee work, together with UNHCR, we are noticing that specialist organizations are realizing the importance of sport to address mental health issues. Just to give you one example, A recent independent study of our Sport for Mental Health program for refugees in Uganda showed that severe depression from participants who engaged in sport dropped from 57% at the beginning to just 6% at the completion of the program. The control group, which did not engage in sport, showed only a very, very modest drop in depression symptoms. Seeing this, we extend our hand to you, WHO, and public health authorities to work closely together for and with refugees. Your Excellencies, the theme of this World Health Assembly, All for Health, Health for All, is a timely call for collective action. Addressing global health challenges is a team effort. The world of sport is ready to be a part of this team to build healthy and resilient communities everywhere. Therefore, speaking under the control of my friend Tedros, for once I will dare, dear Tedros, to suggest a humble addition to your well-selected theme of today. All for health, health for all, sport for all. From our long-standing experience to put sport at the service of society, we know that we have to bring the health benefits of sport to where the people are. This means at the grassroots level, in local communities everywhere. The Olympic Games Paris 2024 will demonstrate this in a spectacular way. A program introducing 30 minutes of daily exercise in primary schools throughout France is on track to reach more than 4 million children. Paris 2024 is promoting sport and physical activity in over 4,000 municipalities across France. All these efforts to bring sport to where the people are will culminate with the Marathon pour tous, the marathon for all, when over 40,000 people will run the same marathon route just hours before the Olympic athletes. But Paris is only the most visible aspect of our mission to make the world a better place through sport. Through our partnership with WHO, we are going to communities everywhere around the globe, bringing sport to all. We all share the same objective: all for health, health for all, sport for all. To build healthy and resilient communities, we have indeed to act faster, aim higher, be stronger, and we have to join hands. And in this spirit, I invite all of you to truly live this Olympic motto: higher, stronger, together. Thank you very much.
Let's move.
Let's move.
Let's move.
Let's move.
Let's move.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. I have the honor to invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, to give his remarks.
Dear Dr. Tedros, Excellencies, friends, this World Health Assembly is vital. Our world is in trouble, from climate chaos to rising poverty and inequalities and multiplying conflicts. And when crises rage, health suffers. We see it across the globe, more than 20 million children missing routine vaccinations, rising cases of dengue and other diseases linked with rising global temperatures, cholera outbreaks in more than 20 countries this year alone, and a mountain of evidence that health is a casualty of war. Millions of people in Sudan and Gaza are at risk of dying not only from bullets and bombs, but from untreated injuries and disease. Unprecedented attacks on health care go beyond anything I've seen in my time as Secretary General. Excellencies, friends, the World Health Assembly is an opportunity to address many global health challenges and to revitalize our international architecture, building the systems we need for the crises we know will come. The pandemic agreement is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to ensure the global health system can respond more quickly and equitably when the next pandemic strikes. I urge you to bring it to fruition and to support amendments to the international health regulations boosting our ability to respond to emergencies, to agree on the general program of work, the World Health Strategy for the next 4 years, with a new vision to promote, provide and protect health, and to strengthen WHO's funding, giving it the security and predictability it needs to stand strong at the heart of our international efforts. I also urge all countries to push for further progress at the Summit of the Future later this year. This is an opportunity to drive forward efforts on financing for development, including health, and to establish an emergency platform to convene all stakeholders immediately in response to global shocks. Excellencies, friends, let's seize this chance, make this World Health Assembly count, and help build a healthier, safer, fairer world for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I have the pleasure to now invite the President of the European Commission, Her Excellency Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, for her remarks.
Honorable President of the World Health Assembly, dear Dr. Tedros, dear Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a real pleasure to address the 77th World Health Assembly. It brings together almost 200 countries with one clear goal: to promote health and well-being around the world. They all share a strong commitment to multilateralism and solidarity. In this endeavor, you can count on the European Union as a strong ally and a reliable partner. Dear friends, we all remember how the COVID-19 pandemic impacted our lives. It took a heavy toll on people, on our societies, and on our economies. It impacted each and every one of us. But we managed to overcome it. And this is thanks to the extraordinary efforts of health professionals, thanks to the resilience and solidarity of so many citizens, thanks to the outstanding research and development of life-saving vaccines, and thanks to the determined action and leadership at global level, including of this organization, the WHO. The European Union, too, has shown full commitment. In the past 5 years, we mobilized more funds and resources than ever before. We have taken immediate and concrete actions with the World Health Organization as our key partner. One of these actions is the ambitious Team Europe initiative for regional and local vaccine manufacturing hubs in Africa. We are now expanding to South America and Asia, and this is at the core of Europe's global health strategy, one of the main pillars of Europe's health union, and it is the right way forward. We all know that every crisis comes with opportunities. COVID-19 has given us a chance to reset our approach to public health, to come back stronger and more united, to be better prepared and more coordinated within and between countries and globally. The way we govern our global health architecture is an essential element of this. We therefore remain committed to concluding a pandemic agreement that makes a real difference on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, preparedness goes far beyond the outbreak of a new pandemic. The challenges we face, regardless of where we live, are multiple. We face a climate crisis. We face the threat of antimicrobial resistance. We face a major global health workforce crisis. We have to build health systems that are robust and well-functioning. Only by working together will we succeed in bringing better health and well-being to people across the globe and create a safer and healthier world for future generations. Now is the moment to do this. I urge all of us to keep that in mind as we continue. And I wish you all good luck and success in your deliberations throughout this week. Let us be all for health, to deliver health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to invite the Prime Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Mr. Anwar bin Ibrahim, for his remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Dr. Ghebreyesus, Director General of WHO, for inviting me to address the 77th World Health Assembly in Geneva. I commend the inclusive theme of this assembly, All for Health, Health for All, which is aligned with Malaysia's national philosophy and values of civilizational development, centering on the core principles of sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust. Underpinning the philosophy is the principle of social justice and equity, which includes the universal right to health. I am pleased to share that my government is fully committed to ensuring that every individual, regardless of their background or socio-economic standing, has access to essential and quality healthcare services throughout their lifetime. Nonetheless, as we deliberate on the universal right to health, it would be remiss if I did not take the opportunity to remind the audience of the dire humanitarian catastrophe faced by the Palestinians in Gaza. Not only are they facing famine, malnutrition, and diseases, but their hospitals have been bombed by the Israelis, with medical workers and humanitarian volunteers being killed indiscriminately. On this note, once again, I implore the international community to do more to stop the atrocities and ensure accountability moving forward. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, prioritizing the right to health requires collective efforts to address inequities and enhance preparedness for future emergencies. I am aware that a consensus for the pandemic agreement and the amendments to the international health regulations is neither straightforward nor easy to achieve. Malaysia stands for the principles of equity and solidarity to be operationalized in the revision of international health regulations and the pandemic agreement. I wish to stress that equity must underpin any agreement to meaningfully improve our collective pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Collaboration will be key moving forward, and balancing resources with the objective of global public health is therefore essential. Only then can we truly address the gaps and inequities in preventing and responding to pandemics and other health emergencies while safeguarding the sovereign rights of our nation. Together, I'm confident that we can make transformative changes with lasting outcomes. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to now invite the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Srettha Thavisin, for his remarks.
President of the World Health Assembly, WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address the 77th World Health Assembly today. This year's topic of All for Health, Health for All, is one that is close to my heart and a point of pride of our nation. The former United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, once said, Thailand started its universal health coverage, or UHC, when its national income was mere $400 per capita. It is not just money, it's a commitment from the whole society for social equity. The Thai UHC started in 1975, initially to cover only 1/3 of the population, who were the most vulnerable. 35 years later, in 2001, we decided to move towards the goal of 100% population coverage. At that time, our economy was at its low point. After the 1997 financial crisis, ladies and gentlemen, to date, the Thai USC has gone through 8 prime ministers from various political backgrounds. The strong social commitment and people's ownership motivated all government to commit to the UHC. Our UHC now covers all aspects of health care, from health promotion, disease prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation to long-term and palliative care. We also support high-cost essential services such as renal replacement therapy, comprehensive cancer treatments, organ transplants, and dental implants. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, financial concerns are always going to be a challenge. However, they are by no means insurmountable. The former president of the World Bank, Dr. Jim Yong Kim, said in his speech at this assembly in 2013 that Thailand launched the USC program against the concern of fiscal inability raised by my own institution, the World Bank Group. The Thai leaders did listen to us and were determined to act boldly. Today, the world learns from Thailand's experience. Primary health care is the backbone of our USC. Every citizen is registered and receives comprehensive primary care services near where they live and is referred to bigger hospitals when needed. Now my government is moving towards the One ID card smart hospital system, where people can receive essential health services at any hospital they choose by just showing their national ID card. 4 months after launch, this program now covers 60% of provinces and will cover the whole country by the end of September. The program also includes innovative primary care services, including treatment at the drugstores, traditional medicine clinics, home-based physical therapy, essential services at private dental clinics, and telemedicine services. The inclusion of these systems has reduced wait time by 50%. It is also expected that the congestion at major hospitals will soon be reduced as well. Digital technology is also extensively used to ensure hospitals share essential health information of the patients among all providers. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from commitment from the government, our achievements also depend on commitment from the people in the system, including our healthcare workers. When the pandemic hit our capital in 2021, healthcare facilities in neighboring provinces pulled together to take care of the surge in demand in the capital. More than 1 million public health volunteers also helped search for new COVID-19 cases and effectively isolated them throughout the country. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, amidst the legal arguments and endless negotiation for the pandemic treaty, let us remember that the heart of the healthcare is not just policies and programs. It is about our shared humanity. It is about ensuring that every person, regardless of their circumstances, has access to the care they need to live a healthy, dignified life. In Thailand, we have seen firsthand the power of commitment, solidarity, and innovation. Our journey has not been without challenges, but it has shown us that with determination and collective will, we can overcome any obstacle. Together, we can create a world where health is a universal right, where no one is left behind, and where every individual can thrive. Let us rise to this challenge with courage and conviction for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my great pleasure to now invite the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, to give his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, our guest of honor and the keynote speaker, Your Excellency Elisabeth Bome Schneider, Federal Councillor of the Swiss Federation, Honorable Dr. Edwin Di Colotti, President of the 77th World Health Assembly, President Thomas Bach, President of the International Olympic Committee, and I would also like to thank the leaders who have shared their messages via video, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Ursula von der Leyen, and Prime Minister Sreta Tavizin, and Prime Minister Anwar bin Ibrahim, Deputy Director General Mike Ryan, and our guest, Dr. Katalin Kariko. There will be the program latest Nobel laureate for mRNA vaccine. Very glad to have you here today. And the President of the International Paralympic Committee, Andrew, and recognition of Susie Rogers. And we have also Olympic champions David Rudisha, Pau Gasol, and Mr. President and my brother Thomas, you're not alone. So you have a lot of Olympians here in the room. So very glad to have you, and very glad to have all these legends as well. Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, heads of delegation, dear colleagues and friends. Good morning and welcome to this 77th World Health Assembly. Let me begin by offering my deepest condolences to the people and government of New Guinea for the many lives lost in Friday's landslide. WHO has offered support and stands ready to help in any way we can. And my thanks to Councillor Bome Schneider for Switzerland's continued support for WHO and your continued hospitality in hosting our headquarters here. My thanks also to Your Excellency President El Ghazouani for being with us today and for your commitment to health. I applaud your determination to achieve universal health coverage by establishing the National Insurance Solidarity Health Fund to provide cover for vulnerable people throughout the country, and your political commitment to integrate refugees from Mali into the health system in the southeast of Mauritania. I thank you also for your commitment, Mr. President, to co-host the first WHO investment round in your capacity as chair of the African Union, and we look forward to strengthening our partnership with the African Union during your tenure. We remain committed to supporting the Africa CDC and the African Medicines Agency. Thank you for your leadership, your example, and for honoring us with your participation and presence today. And my congratulations to you, Minister Di Colotti, on being elected President of this Health Assembly. My thanks to you, to President Bach, for your partnership. I think I don't want to go into details. You have said it all. I fully endorse all that he had said with regard to the partnership between WHO and IOC. Since we signed our MOU a few years ago, the partnership between the two organizations has grown really significantly. So thank you for your leadership, Thomas. And my thanks to Farah El-Dibani for sharing with us the gift of your voice. And what a gift. Shukran Gazilan. She speaks, by the way, 6 languages. And it's amazing. And she sings in all of them. German, English, Spanish, French, Italian, I think, of course, Arabic. Excellencies, there are few gatherings like the World Health Assembly. Although we do this every year and we take it for granted, we must not lose sight of what this is and what it represents. The theme of this Health Assembly is All for Health and Health for All. This room right now embodies that theme. All for health, almost every nation of the world is represented here, along with dozens of partners. And why are we here? For the same reason the nations of the world established WHO 76 years ago, to work together towards our shared goal of health for all. This organization, like the UN of which it is part, was born from the ashes of the Second World War. It was born of the recognition that the only alternative to global conflict was global cooperation. The WHO Constitution was and remains a visionary statement ahead of its time. It was the first instrument of international law to affirm that the highest attainable standard of health is a fundamental right for all people without distinction. Today, at least 140 countries recognize the right to health in their own constitutions. And yet, around the world, that right is often unrealized or under threat. At least 4.5 billion people, more than half of the world's population, are not fully covered by essential health services, and 2 billion people face financial hardship due to out-of-pocket health spending. Outbreaks, disasters, conflicts, and climate change are all causing death and disability, hunger, and psychological distress. The Constitution was also visionary in recognizing, in a world less connected than ours, that promoting and protecting health in any country benefits all countries. So cooperation is in the interest of each and every nation. It does it for its own sake. And it also recognized the reverse, that unequal development in promoting health and controlling diseases is a common danger. That's what the COVID-19 pandemic illustrated so brutally. And that's why you, the nations of the world, agreed 2.5 years ago to develop a legally binding agreement on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, and to strengthen the international health regulations. The task before you was immense, technically, legally, and politically. And you were operating on a very ambitious timeline. I thank all member states for the way you have engaged in this process over the past 2.5 years. You have demonstrated a clear commitment to reaching agreement. You have approached your task with determination and good faith. You have worked long days and nights. Imagine and closing your meetings 2 a.m., 3 a.m. The record was 4 a.m. If you didn't have commitment, you wouldn't do that. 4 a.m., sleepless nights. You have operated amid a torrent of mis- and disinformation that was undermining your negotiation. You have come a very long way and found much common ground. And you have demonstrated that multilateralism is alive and well. Of course, we all wish that we had been able to reach a consensus on the agreement in time for this Health Assembly and cross the finish line. But I remain confident that you still will, because where there is a will, there is a way. I know that there remains among you a common will to get this done. So there must always be a way. It's now for this World Health Assembly to decide what that way is, meaning the solution is in your hands. And no one said multilateralism was easy, but there is no other way. The threat of future pandemics is just one threat among many. Our world is facing so many other challenges. Conflict and insecurity in Gaza, Haiti, Sudan, and Ukraine. Climate change, displacement, poverty, inequality, and polarization, women dying from preventable complications of pregnancy and childbirth, children dying because they miss out on vaccines, outbreaks of cholera, dengue, and more, the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases and mental health conditions. I could go on and on. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the world was off track for the health-related targets in the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, we're even further behind. Between now and 2030, we must do all we can to get as far as we can towards the Sustainable Development Goals. This week, you will consider and hopefully adapt the 14th General Programme of Work. Our collective strategy to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, enhance equity, and build resilience. It's not a plan for what the Secretariat will do. It's a plan for what we will do together as member states supported by the Secretariat and partners. GPW14 incorporates lessons from the past, the realities of the present, and our aspirations for the future. It's anchored in our shared mission to promote, provide, and protect health. If we're to achieve that mission, WHO must be empowered and equipped. And I know you agree with me. That's what the first WHO investment round, which we launched last night, is about. And I would like to thank Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados and former Prime Minister Gordon Brown of the United Kingdom for joining us last night and for their strong support for the investment round. Brazil confirmed that the investment round will be hosted through the G20, and Germany, France, and Norway confirmed that they will co-host. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, vielen Dank, tusen tack, obrigado. These are the groups. As you all know, WHO's financing is fragmented and unpredictable. Assess contributions which are predictable, flexible, and from every member state account for 17% of the total budget, only 17%. The rest comes from voluntary contributions, which are mostly unpredictable, inflexible, and come from a few donors. By the way, when WHO was founded more than 70 years ago, it was the reverse. Assessed contribution more than 80%, voluntary contribution less than 20%. Now it's the reverse. We don't know when they will come, for how much they will be. This imbalance makes it very difficult to make long-term plans or to attract and retain the people to implement them. Almost 1/4 of our global workforce operates on short-term contracts. No organization can function effectively when many of its programs operate on a hand-to-mouth existence. Very volatile. I thank member states for the historic decision you made 2 years ago to increase assessed contribution to 50% of the base budget by 2030, and for the first increase of 20%, which you approved last year. But for the foreseeable future, voluntary contribution will continue to make up the majority of WHO's funding. It's a long run. It took us 7 years. We will need more years to have significant progress in sustainable financing. We know that. If we are to fulfill the mandate you have given us, those contributions must become more flexible, more predictable, and more sustainable. Of course, WHO must be a good investment. It must deliver value for money. It must deliver results. That's what the transformation that we started 6 years ago is about. Based on ideas from member states, partners, and our own staff, we launched the most ambitious reforms to the organization's history, with more than 50 initiatives. The transformation was based on a new and bold strategy, the 13th General Program of Work, which was a major strategic shift for the organization, with a data-driven focus on delivering a measurable public health impact in countries. To support that strategy, we decided to invest significantly in science, data, and digital technology. By the way, thanks to the European Union, especially for investing in our digital technology, and that helped us to strengthen our new department. We overhauled many of our business processes, including our supply chain processes, and we're rolling out our new enterprise resources management system, BMS, to make our HR, administrative, and finance process more efficient and modernized. We also knew that to truly transform our organization, we would need to transform the way it was financed. We have started to expand our donor base and to access new sources of funding. Member states have begun increasing access contributions, as I said earlier, in line with their historic commitment. And we are now launching the investment round. We have also engaged in a range of innovative new partnerships, including with the International Olympic Committee, and we have made significant progress in building a diverse, motivated, empowered, and fit-for-purpose workforce, our most important asset. Many of these issues on your agenda this week result from or have been shaped by the transformation. And while many transformation initiatives have been fully implemented, there is still much more to be done. In particular, our focus in the coming years is on strengthening our country offices. To establish a core, predictable presence in each country office, we have prioritized 400 positions for recruitment. And we have committed $200 million to fund these posts until the end of 2025. And we're delegating authority to country representatives, empowering them to provide more responsive and timely support to our member states. And the WHO Academy will play a significant role in strengthening the capacity of our country offices. All of this work is about delivering an impact where it matters most, in the countries and communities we serve. Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, it's often said that if WHO didn't exist, it would need to be created. I think Prime Minister Gordon Brown said it yesterday at the investment round. It's far from certain that in the current geopolitical climate, it could be. This is a unique organization with a unique constitutional mandate, unique expertise, a unique global footprint, unique global legitimacy, and a unique role at the center of global health architecture. I ask you to empower it, enable it, and equip it to play that role. And I ask you to adapt the 14th General Program of Work. I ask you to join those member states who have committed to making the investment round a success and fully fund the GPW with predictable and flexible financing. The investment round is open for all our member states to support. I ask you to chart a path forward for the pandemic agreement and the IHR amendments so we can bring both to a conclusion as soon as possible. I ask all of you, governments, partners, civil society, youth organizations, to speak up for the agreement and speak out against misinformation. I ask you to consider and approve the many important items on your agenda this week. I ask you to show the world that in this divided and divisive times, nations can still come together to find a common approach to common challenges. And I ask you to once again embody the same ideal on which WHO was founded 75 years ago. All for health and health for all. Merci beaucoup. I thank you.
Thank you, Director General Dr. Tedros. I would like to sincerely thank all our distinguished guests for their words of encouragement and well wishes. I am informed that the Director General would like to recognize the contribution of a few outstanding individuals for their exceptional endeavor and commitment to advancing global health. Dr. Tedros, you have the floor.
Back again. I hope you're not tired of me. Before I present today's guests to be awarded, I would like to, I think many of you have been there, but during the investment round, we have recognized, awarded Her Excellency Prime Minister Mia Mottley Lifetime Achievement. So she couldn't join us today, that's why we did it yesterday. And the people we celebrate today are part of that. So I would like you to recognize also Prime Minister Mottley's achievement. I have the honor of presenting the Director General's Award for Global Health to Professor Katalin Kariko and Professor Drew Weissman for their groundbreaking scientific work that led to the development of effective mRNA vaccine against COVID-19, research that led to them being awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine last year in 2023. Professor Weissman was not able to join us today, so Professor Kariko will be accepting the awards on behalf of both of them. The vaccines that Professor Weissman and Professor Kariko developed have saved millions of lives and prevented millions of cases of severe COVID-19. Their innovative joint work has played a critical role in significantly reducing the burden of mortality and the burden of disease of COVID-19. Their leadership in this field has the potential to play a critical role in major health breakthroughs in the future. This achievement results from decades of hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication, and collaborative spirit long before this work was appreciated by the broad public and even the scientific community. Without their resilience and their relentless drive to advancing the science in this field, the impact of the pandemic would have been much, much worse. Professor Katalin Kariko and Professor Weissman, you have our thanks, our admiration, and our gratitude. And I'm pleased to present you with this award in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the health of the world's people. Professor Carico, I invite you to come forward to receive the award and say a few words. But since we have our guest of honor with us, the President of Mauritania and the Chairperson of the African Union, such a great honor to have him, His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazani, I would prefer that the award was given to her from His Excellency the President. Please, Your Excellency, please join me.
Dear Excellencies, Ministers, Director General, distinguished guests, colleagues, I am deeply honored and grateful for being awarded, together with my colleague, Drew Weissman, by the WHO Lifetime Achievement Award. This award also recognizes the fellow scientists who worked diligently over decades to help build the foundation for our work that led to the development of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. We did not invent mRNA. More frequently use the messenger RNA as mRNA. You are not scientists here, but this is a molecule that nature invented and carries the information from the DNA to the protein synthesis factory and tell it what to produce. The information from the DNA to the protein synthesis factory through the RNA is happening in all our own cells. Messenger RNA was discovered in 1961, and it took 60 years to develop the first approved vaccine as an mRNA in the form of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. So what happened during those decades? Thanks to the hard work of thousands of scientists, the mRNA could code for any kind of protein, could be produced in a tube, could be delivered to the cells, and where it translated to a protein. However, the inflammatory nature of this mRNA prevented its medical use. Drew Weissman and I worked tirelessly to solve this problem. After years of experimenting and researching, we successfully could identify that one building block in the RNA is causing this unwanted effect. And we were successful to eliminate this, and we unlocked the potential of the nature. We accomplished this by building upon discoveries by thousands of scientists who came before us. And finally, we developed the optimal mRNA therapy. Our original goal as a scientist were different. I wanted to develop therapy for stroke. And Drew Weissman, he wanted to develop a best mRNA-based HIV vaccine. But ultimately, our work, together with contribution of thousands of scientists, culminated into development of the vaccine. I have to say that you might not be aware, but by the end of 2019, so prior to the pandemic, it was already demonstrated in human clinical trial that nanoparticle containing modified RNA wrapped in the lipid already potent, it was a potent vaccine against avian flu and Zika. So even prior to the pandemic was shown. And this technology ultimately became basis for the two FDA-approved COVID-19 mRNA vaccine, developed by BioNTech, Pfizer, and Moderna, and to fight the pandemic and successfully protected millions of people from the serious effect of COVID-19. We recognize the importance of WHO to fight the pandemic, to coordinate resources, to provide plans and preparedness to prevent and respond to the next epidemic, and to assure better health for all of us. We are also grateful for the frontline healthcare workers for their heroic achievements. It is not lost upon us the incredible risk they were taking, willing to save patients, some giving the ultimate sacrifice to help others. They continue to inspire us to work harder and spring action to make life-saving vaccines. The possibilities for the mRNA technologies are endless. We have already exploring ways to prevent and treat diseases such as HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, influenza, respiratory syncytial virus, monkeypox, Epstein-Barr virus, herpes virus, Nipah virus, Borrelia, shingles, to eliminate cancer and to treat many other acute and genetic diseases with mRNA. This award is a wonderful recognition of the pioneering work of all basic scientists that fuel many technologies, advances, and open the door future therapeutics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. This brings to an end our high-level welcome. Please note that we have received information that one of the 12 members of the Committee on Credentials has withdrawn their intention to be on the committee. In that regard, I understand the Americas region is putting forward Uruguay to replace Costa Rica on the Committee on Credentials. Is this proposal acceptable to the Assembly? I see no objection. It is so decided. The General Committee will now meet in room 23. Plenary will reconvene at 14:30. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Funding. Investment in WHO yields healthy results, a prudent investment, and a moral imperative. It moves us closer to the vision of health for all. We need you, each of our member states and partners, to turn this vision into reality. All for health. Health for all.
and we'll start with the presidential address. Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Your Excellency Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Honourable Ministers of Health and Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. At the outset, I wish to congratulate the outgoing President, Dr. Christian from Malta, for his leadership of the 76th World Health Assembly. I also thank the outgoing First Vice President, Honourable Minister of Togo, Professor Mustafa Mijiwa, for chairing the opening session this morning. It is my honor to congratulate you, Dr. Tedros, for your exceptional leadership at the helm of this organization, as evidenced by the significant achievements of the 13th General Program of Work. You have also steered the organization during the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and led the Secretariat tirelessly to save lives and livelihoods around the world. There's no doubt that you have already created an impressive legacy. All ministers and colleagues, your commitment to advancing health in respective countries and support of the World Health Organization's central role in global health governance is important to advance our collective agenda of achieving the universal health coverage. This is in line with the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, this presidency has great meaning for the Republic of Botswana and indeed the entire African community. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to thank the member states of the WHO Africa region for the confidence they've shown in nominating me to serve in this post. It is indeed an honor and privilege. We convene the 77th World Assembly during an unprecedented time in history when multilateralism is undergoing transformation. As such, it is more important than ever before that we do all we can to safeguard international cooperation and global solidarity. I congratulate the WHO for supporting member states and the noteworthy progress towards the triple bill on targets as set out in the WHO's 13th General Program of Work. Globally, 585 million more people are expected to be covered by essential health services without the catastrophic health spending by the year 2025. Again, 777 million more people are expected to be better protected from health emergencies. Healthier populations provide the sole bright spot where an estimated 1.5 billion more people will enjoy healthier lives by the year 2025. I also note with appreciation the substantial progress that has been made in my Africa region, where successes include the eradication of smallpox, certification of wild polio virus in 2020, as well as managing health emergencies like Ebola and eliminating some of the neglected tropical diseases. At the same time, we still have to deal with the increasing burden of hypertension, diabetes, and other non-communicable diseases. The 14th General Program of Work that will be considered by you, honourable ministers and heads of delegations, aims to bring together member states, the WHO Secretariat, and a broad coalition of partners around a shared strategy to promote, provide, and protect health. It should also propel us into realizing WHO's founding vision for the highest attainable standard of health as a fundamental right for all people. We welcome the priorities set out, which will enable us to accelerate progress towards universal health coverage and the SDG targets. In this regard, the World Health Organization must be steadfast in facilitating member states to strengthen health systems, to build resilience, to prevent, prepare, and respond to health emergencies. This also includes implementation of the One Health approach. We must also prioritize management of chronic non-communicable diseases, particularly in low and middle-income countries. Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegates, in 2021, WHO member states embarked on negotiations of a WHO pandemic agreement under the auspices of the WHO with the aim of strengthening the global health security. Parallel to this work are the amendments to the International Health Regulations of 2005. In this regard, I wish to congratulate fellow member states for your hard work and tenacity in contributing to global norm setting, which will have a meaningful and sustainable change on the trajectory of global health in general. Throughout these two negotiating processes, member states were led by highly committed respective bureau members with the support of the WHO Secretariat. Therefore, underpinned by the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic, the international community must ensure that a multilateral governance mechanism is in place that will result in equitable access to vaccines, medicines, diagnostics, and other medicinal products and tools. The pandemic agreement must support regional efforts and ensure transfer of knowledge and intellectual property, well-trained human resources, and financing for sustainability of pharmaceutical production facilities, among others. Our priority is also the need to ensure that state parties respect the WHO guidance and the international health regulations in terms of travel and trade. Whereas we know the significant progress achieved so far, it is important that we complete the mandate that we have set for ourselves. We must consolidate the gains achieved so far in the draft agreement and work collectively to conclude negotiations in a timely manner. To achieve this, member states should give their fullest commitment and solidarity to the agreement to address equity with clear and tangible outcomes. With respect to health financing, I wish to appeal to developed countries and development partners to align their funding with regional and national priorities and interests, including to reduce placing conditionalities on voluntary contributions. Removing conditionalities and allowing more flexibilities in spending has the potential to unlock the much-needed financial resources that will enable the WHO to cross-fund other broad priorities. Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegates, as I draw to a close, I would like at this juncture to reflect on Botswana's contribution to the health of our people in general and to global health. Just as in the Constitution of the WHO, we in Botswana also recognize that the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition. Based on these tenets, we've made substantial advancements in improving the health of our people. We continue to demonstrate the highest political commitment and willingness to ensure health for all, as demonstrated by the 2022 Presidential Reset Agenda, which outlines achieving good health outcomes as a key national development priority. This will enable active and inclusive participation of Botswana in the economy. The government of Botswana is funding about 80% as a share of domestic health expenditure. For instance, for the 2024-2025 national budget, the Ministry of Health was allocated the fourth largest share of the domestic budget, which was particularly important in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. It will be noted that in Botswana, only about 4% of the total health expenditure is generated through out-of-pocket payments, which remains one of the lowest globally. Our biggest challenge currently is that we are experiencing an epidemiological transition from non-communicable diseases to an increasing burden of non-communicable diseases. These include ischemic heart disease, stroke, and diabetes, among others. With respect to HIV and AIDS, Botswana has surpassed the UNA's 95-95-95 targets and attained a silver tier status in the prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV. While treatment and management approaches have significantly helped our people to live longer, we are committed to ensure that everyone lives the highest quality of life. Given the foregoing, strengthening primary health care remains the cornerstone to achieve universal health coverage. Finally, Chair, honorable ministers, and distinguished delegates, I have no doubt that the world today is a better place because of the work of the WHO. We have achieved much together and continue to learn from each other. It is therefore befitting that as we embark on implementing the next general program of work, we must reflect on these targets in order to save the lives of many of our people, in particular the most vulnerable. Let me end my remarks by wishing this Assembly successful deliberations and fruitful outcomes, and thank you very much, Dr. Tedros, for convening us to advance the global health. I thank you. Pula. We shall now consider item 1.4, adoption of the agenda and allocation of items to the main committees. The General Committee has examined the provisional agenda for the 77th World Health Assembly, that is document A77/1, along with a proposal for a supplementary agenda item contained in document A77/1 add.1, entitled Inviting Taiwan to Participate in the World Health Assembly as an Observer. Let us now turn to the proposal for a supplementary agenda item, which can be found in document A77/1 add 1. The General Committee met this morning and recommended not to include this item on the agenda. To facilitate our work, I would like to propose to the plenary that we address this matter through a process that has proven constructive when the issue arose in past sessions of the Health Assembly. Through this process, viewpoints can be expressed and the good order of the Health Assembly can be well maintained. Accordingly, I propose that the debate be structured as follows. Two delegations would take the floor for 3 minutes each in support of the General Committee's recommendation not to include this item on the agenda, and two delegations will take the floor for 3 minutes each in opposition to the General Committee's recommendation not to include this item on the agenda. Furthermore, following how previous such 2+2 proposals for the debate have been handled in the past, I would propose that following the 4 interventions, the Health Assembly decides, as arranged with those most closely involved, not to include this item on its agenda. As this would be a 2+2, I would take it that it is understood that no additional requests for the floor on this matter would be put forward. Again, to be clear, it is understood that there would be no additional requests for the floor. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation for the cooperation received in the efforts to agree this agreement in the form I'm proposing it today. It has been the subject of extensive consultation in the run-up to the World Health Assembly. My understanding is that this proposal, again, has the full support of those most closely involved, as well as the support of the Member States generally, who have, through an informal white paper, been acquainted with it. Given these understandings, given the sensitivities and given the importance of a predictable and orderly process, I take it my proposal is agreeable to the Health Assembly. I see no objection. It is so decided. Thank you. Accordingly, I would like to give the floor to the delegate of China. Please remember, you have 3 minutes.
谢谢主席先生。中方支持总务委员会的建议。首先，世界上只有一个中国，中华人民共和国政府是代表包括台湾在内的全中国唯一合法政府。这是联合国大会第2758号决议和世卫大会第25.1号决议确认的基本原则，也是处理世卫大会涉台问题的根本遵循。近年来，台湾民进党当局对此拒不承认，导致台湾参加大会的政治基础不复存在。世卫大会已连续多年拒绝所谓涉台提案。本届大会开幕前，上百个国家通过各种方式明确表示支持中方的立场。这是捍卫了联大和世卫大会决议的严肃性和权威性，也充分说明一个中国原则是国际社会的人心所向。第二，在符合一个中国的原则的前提下，我们对台湾地区参与全球卫生事务做出了妥善的安排。台湾的医疗技术专家可以并且已经多次参加世卫组织的技术活动。在台湾地区设立的国际卫生条例联络点，能够让台湾及时获取和通报突发卫生事件的信息。两岸之间多年前就签署了医药卫生合作协议，建立了各类疫情通报和处置机制。所谓的国际防疫体系缺口纯属无稽之谈。第三，本届大会将讨论涉及全球卫生事业的60余项重要议题。台湾当局鼓噪参与世卫大会，蓄意将卫生问题政治化，严重干扰大会的进程，完全是为了一己政治私利而牺牲国际公共卫生利益。过去几年的事实已经证明，这条歪路根本走不通，此次也必将以失败告终。中方建议主席先生果断裁决，同意总务委员会的建议，拒绝将涉台提案纳入大会议程。谢谢主席先生。
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the delegate of Belize. Remember, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, I rise on behalf of Belize to advocate for Taiwan's participation in the World Health Assembly as an observer to its 77th World Health Assembly. Taiwan, with a population of 23.5 million people, has excelled in global health contributions, including vaccine development and healthcare innovation. Despite these achievements, political pressures from China has unjustly excluded Taiwan from the WHO since 2017. This exclusion not only undermines global health, but also violates the principles of universality and inclusivity that the WHO upholds. Taiwan, as the authority responsible for its people's health, possesses valuable expertise crucial for global health emergencies. The theme of WHO 77, All for Health, Health for All, emphasizes the need for collaborative efforts towards a healthier, more equitable world. Inclusive collaboration is essential for effectively addressing global health challenges and future pandemics. Belize firmly believes that Taiwan's participation in the WHO as an observer is imperative. Taiwan's expertise and resources can significantly enhance global health outcomes, benefiting all nations. We urge the WHO and member states to support Taiwan's inclusion in the WHO on all WHO events. It is time to prioritize public health over political considerations and recognize Taiwan's contribution to global health. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, the government of Belize asserts that the WHO must address inviting Taiwan as an observer. Let us work together towards a healthier world where health truly is for all. I thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the delegate of Pakistan. Remember, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pakistan supports China's position regarding Taiwan's participation as an observer in the World Health Assembly. We firmly uphold the One China principle as affirmed by the UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 and World Health Assembly Resolution 25.1. These resolutions provide the World Health Organization with a solid legal foundation to approach this matter, reflecting China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We urge all stakeholders to respect that agreement reached through these resolutions on this issue. As it stands, communications and collaboration channels for Taiwan region's involvement in World Health Organization technical fields are well established and operational. Subject to the adherence to the One China principle, experts from Taiwan can engage in WHO's technical meetings. Introducing divisive items like this into agenda jeopardizes the function of this critical forum and contradicts the core tenets of the United Nations Charter. The World Health Assembly is intended to be a technical body, and World Health Organization is a specialized UN agency. Hence, politicizing its agenda distracts us from addressing vital public health issues. Such actions are contrary to the principles of sovereignty and global solidarity. The primary objective of this Health Assembly should be to address global public health challenges, including the ongoing public health emergencies in different parts of the world resulting from conflicts, natural disasters, and climate change-induced disasters. Our focus must be on enhancing multilateral cooperation to tackle these issues and to bolster global health governance. We should avoid dwelling on issues that have been conclusively resolved already. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, Director General, Honorable Ministers of Health, other representatives, members of the Assembly, and observers, I bring greetings from the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we live by the mantra of friends of all, enemies of none. The position of my government is firm and unequivocal. The World Health Organization must invite Taiwan to participate in the World Health Assembly as an observer if we are to truly have all for health, health for all. Taiwan has attained universal health coverage, ensuring that all 23 million citizens have equitable access to quality health services. They have mastered maternal and child health services, health financing, information systems for health, reducing risk factors for NCDs, disaster preparedness, prevention and response, and risk communication and community engagement. But a search for Taiwan's Universal Health Coverage Index score finds none on the WHO site, because Taiwan is not recognized by the WHO as having a voice. The World Health Organization is robbing the global health community of the opportunities to work with an experienced and successful partner in health. Taiwan has repeatedly proven its place in enhancing the world's health. In 2013 and 2017, Taiwan made notification of and shared information about H6N1 and H7N9 avian influenza cases and virus gene sequences with other countries, allowing them to prepare for the subsequent outbreaks. In December 2019, Taiwan's disease surveillance systems picked up a notice issued in China about a pneumonia of unknown origin and reported to the WHO, one of the first to report to the organization. Only Taiwan is responsible for the health of its community, and that requires that Taiwan has access to all the global health networks to ensure that there is mutually beneficial interactions. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been the beneficiary of partnering with Taiwan, resulting in significant progress to universal health coverage. For these reasons, St. Vincent and the Grenadines supports the reinstatement of Taiwan as an observer participating in the WHA, as was the case up to 2017. Let Taiwan be part of the Health for all for health. Their continued exclusion makes a mockery of this noble goal. The world needs Taiwan because Taiwan can help and is quite willing and able to do so. Let us do the right thing. We must reinvite Taiwan to the WHA now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we have heard 4 interventions on this subject, I take it that the Health Assembly accepts the recommendation of the General Committee not to include the proposed supplementary agenda item on the agenda. Thank you. I see that is the case. Accordingly, the recommendation of the General Committee is therefore approved. Before proceeding further, I should express my appreciation for the understanding and cooperation of all Member States in the orderly and the predictable handling of this item, which furthers the good order and effectiveness of the Health Assembly and the principles enshrined in the Constitution of the World Health Organization. Let us now turn to the adoption of the agenda itself. The General Committee recommended deleting the following items from the provisional agenda. Item number 4, invited speakers. And item number 5, admission of new members and associate members, if any. Item 21.2, scale of assessments, that of 2025 to 2026. Item 21.4, special arrangements for areas, if any. Item 21.5, assessments of new members and associate members, if any. Item 21.6, amendments to the financial regulations and financial rules, if any. Am I correct in assuming it is agreed to delete these items? I see no objection. It is so decided. The General Committee also decided to recommend to the plenary that the 77th World Health Assembly close no later than Saturday, the 1st of June, 2024. May I therefore assume that the Assembly agrees to adopt the provisional agenda as contained in document A77/1 as amended? I see no objections. It is so decided. The agenda is hereby adopted. Document A77/1, Raf.1, reflecting the changes in the agenda, will be distributed tomorrow morning. This concludes our consideration of the agenda. Our program of work for the remainder of the day will be item 2, report of the Executive Board on its 153rd and 154th sessions and on its 7th special session, followed by agenda item 3, the address by the Director General. The address by the Director General will be followed by the general discussion on item 3 and the convening of the first meeting of Committee A, and begin with Pillar 4, Item 17, Draft 14, General Program of Work, that of 2025 to 2028. The Committee on Credentials will meet on Tuesday, 28th of May at 1400 hours. To help facilitate interpretation and preparation of official records, delegations are requested to provide the Secretariat before the plenary advance copies of the statements either through email to interpret@who.int or give a paper copy of the document to the officers in the room at least 30 minutes in advance. This does not prevent delegates from making changes on delivery. It will, however, facilitate clarity and accuracy in all languages. Under subject, and at the top of the statement, please state the name of the country and or group, the meeting, for example, if it's plenary, Committee A or Committee B, and the relevant agenda item. In order to facilitate the organization of the week, I would like to propose, and this is a procedure followed on previous occasions, that the order of the list of speakers for the discussion under agenda item 3 be strictly adhered to, and that further requests be added to the list in the order in which they are received. I would like to propose that the list of speakers be closed tomorrow, that is Tuesday, at 1000 hours. To progress the work of the plenary, and as previously communicated, there will be an evening session of the plenary tomorrow from 1800 hours. I assume these proposals are acceptable to everyone. I see no objection. It is so decided. On Wednesday, 29th of May at 900 hours, the 6th plenary will meet to consider the report of the Committee on Credentials and the finalization of the general discussion under agenda item 3. Committee A will resume its work and hold its 5th meeting immediately after the consideration of the report of the Committee on Credentials. Also on Wednesday, 29th of May, following the closure of agenda item 3 in the 6th plenary, Committee B will convene its first meeting and consider item 19, including election of vice chairs and rapporteur, followed item 21, budget and finance matters. At 14:30, Committee B will consider agenda item 20, health conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and in the occupied Syrian Golan. The General Committee will also hold its second meeting on Wednesday at 17:30 hours to draw up a list of members for the purpose of the annual election of members entitled to designate a person to serve on the Executive Board and to consider any change in the program of work of the Health Assembly. Does the plenary agree to this proposal? I see no objection. It is so decided. Let us now move on to agenda item 2, report of the Executive Board on its 153rd and 154th sessions and the 7th special session. I have the pleasure to invite to the rostrum the chair of the Executive Board, Dr. Hanan Mohammed Al-Kuwari. Dr. Hanan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Dr. Tedros, Director General of the World Health Organization, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, and the other office bearers on your election, and wish you the very best in steering the affairs of the Assembly to a successful end. In today's statement, I will summarize the highlights of the 153rd and 154th and the 7th special session of the Executive Board. During the 153rd session, held on the 31st of May 2023, the Board considered 17 items and sub-items and adopted 10 decisions. After discussion, the Board noted the report on matters emanating from the Agile Member States Task Group on strengthening WHO's budgetary, programmatic and financing governance, and adopted 3 decisions on developing a template and recommended timeline for proposing resolutions and decisions on future work to reform the Executive Board and PBAC, and on electing officers during the intersessional period. The Board noted reports on evaluation, hosted partnerships, appointment of the internal auditor. It considered a statement by the representative of the World Health Organization staff associations and appointed members to fill vacant positions on the committee of the Board. During the 7th special session held on the 10th of December 2023, the Board expressed a grave concern at the profound humanitarian crisis unfolding in the Gaza Strip, adopted a resolution on health conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and requested member states, donors, and international humanitarian and development actors to provide humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people. During its 154th session, held from 24th to 27th of January 2024, the Board considered 48 items and sub-items and adopted 9 resolutions and 23 decisions. The Board noted the Director General's report, in which he discussed the priorities of promoting, providing, protecting, empowering, and performing for health, and highlighted opportunities to shape the future of health emergency. In relation to the first pillar, the Board decided to recommend that the Assembly adopt a decision to develop a global strategy and action plan for integrated emergency, critical and operative care for 2026-2023. In addition, the board noted the report on follow-up to the political declaration of the third high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of NCDs and recommended that the Assembly adopt a resolution on increasing availability, ethical access and oversight of transplantation of human cells, tissues and organs. The board also noted the reports on infection prevention and control and recommended that the Assembly adopt the draft Global Action Plan and Monitoring Framework on Infection Prevention and Control 2024-2030. In relation to the proposals for a draft decision on social participation for universal health coverage, health and well-being, a draft resolution on strengthening maternal health and psychosocial support before, during, and after armed conflicts, natural and human-caused disasters and other emergencies, a draft decision on acceleration towards SDG targets for maternal health and child mortality, and a draft resolution on accelerating national and global response to antimicrobial resistance, the board agreed that further consultation would take place among member states during intersessional period. In relation to the second pillar, the board had a full discussion on WHO's work in health emergencies and recommended that the Assembly adopt the following: a draft decision on universal health and preparedness review, a draft resolution on strengthening laboratory biological risk management, and a draft resolution on the health conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. In relation to the proposed draft resolution on strengthening health emergency preparedness for disasters resulting from natural hazards, the board agreed that further consultation would be held during the intersessional period. The board noted the report on implementation of Resolution WHA 75.11 and agreed with a proposal to prepare an updated report for submission to the Assembly. Welcoming progress on the Global Health and Peace Initiative, the board recommended that the Assembly adopt a draft resolution on that subject. In relation to the third pillar, the board noted reports on social determinants of health and maternal, infant and young child nutrition. On the subject of well-being and health promotion, the board recommended that the Assembly adopt a resolution strengthening health and well-being through sports events. With respect to proposals for draft resolutions on climate change and health, as well as the economics of health for all, the board agreed that further consultation would be held during the intersessional period. In relation to the fourth pillar, the board concurred with the guidance and recommendation of the PBAC and noted the report Financing and Implementing of the Program Budget 2022-2023, an outlook on financing of the Program Budget 2024-2025. With respect to the draft 14th General Program of Works, the board called for further consultation to be held prior to its submission to the Assembly for approval. In relation to the sustainable financing, the board adopted a draft resolution and proposed that consultations should continue to be held on how best to support and conduct the investment round. In relation to the management and governance matters, the board concurred with the guidance of PBAC and noted reports on prevention of sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment, and the evaluation update. It approved the organization-wide evaluation work plan for 2024-2025. Noting reports on matters emanating from the Agile Member States Task Group on Strengthening WHO's Budgetary, Programmatic and Financing Governance, the board adopted several decisions, including those containing proposals for improving the effectiveness of the WHO governing bodies and on cost recovery mechanisms for voluntary contributions. The board noted reports on the implementation of the framework of engagement with non-state actors and on the review of the non-state actors in official relations with WHO and adopted a decision on the outcome of the review. Concerning the nomination and appointment of the regional directors, the board adopted a decision requesting that the Director General lead a consultation process on measures to enhance the transparency, accountability and integrity of the process for the nomination of regional directors and submit a report summarizing the outcome of the consultations, including options for consideration as appropriate to the Executive Board at its 157th session. In addition, the board requested the Secretariat to hold an informal consultation with Member States in relation to the possible preparation of a consultation document on the process for the election of the Director General. On staffing matters, the board appointed Dr. Hanan Hassan Balqi, Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean region, Ms. Samia Wazid as Regional Director for Southeast Asia, and Dr. Sayya Mau Piukala as Regional Director for the Western Pacific. The board expressed its profound gratitude and appreciation for the invaluable contributions to the work of WHO in the respective regions by Dr. Ahmed Salim Al-Mandari, Dr. Poonam Ketrapal Singhi, and Dr. Susanna Jacob. This brings to a close my report. Mr. President, the other members of the Executive Board and I would like to convey our highest regards to you and indicate our readiness to respond to any questions or clarifications you may need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hanan, for your excellent report. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the work of the Executive Board and in particular to express our appreciation and our warm thanks to the outgoing members who have contributed very actively to the work of the Board. This concludes our review of item 2 of our agenda. May I request that we take a 10-minute break before we get to our agenda item 3. Thank you. A bit of exercise will do.
Because you care about health. Because health for all is an investment, not a cost. Because we all need health. Societies, economies, families, each and every one of us. Which is why it's so clear that the World Health Organization, WHO, needs your support. So that over the next 4 years, together we can save 40 million additional lives. Thanks to a strong new strategy which all governments have created together, based on the latest science. which all governments will implement in their countries and communities, guided and coordinated by WHO. We are a uniquely representative organization. Our members are East, West, North, South, hot and cold, big and small. Our partners are diverse, each bringing important expertise to the table. If we have fully funded WHO's new strategy, by 2028, we will all be able to say, together we have created 10,000 climate and shock resilient health facilities, trained 3.2 million more health workers, and analyzed thousands of signals to identify, assess, and inform on 30 health threats per month, so outbreaks are identified within 7 days. But to implement the strategy, WHO needs to be appropriately and sustainably funded, with predictability and with enough flexibility. That's why in 2024, we're launching the investment round. We are grateful to all our supporters and encourage our funders to follow those who are already committing flexible and predictable funding. Investment in WHO yields healthy results, a prudent investment, and a moral imperative. It moves us closer to the vision of health for all. We need you, each of our member states and partners, to turn this vision into reality. All for health. Health for all.
It's completely unacceptable for patients and hospital staff to be unsafe.
This is the worst situation I have seen in my life.
AMR is a phenomenon when medicines fail to treat infections. I've lived with HIV my whole life, but it's not HIV that I'm worried about. It's what follows when medicines that are supposed to treat infections fail to do so. I was diagnosed with HIV at the age of 8, and back then I was still a kid. I didn't know much about HIV, but what I remember is my mother telling me to take my pills every day, and I kept taking my pill every single day. When I got to high school now, I discovered that a lot of people didn't take HIV to be a normal thing. They didn't take it to be a normal infection. There was a lot of stigmatization, and people would be insensitive when talking about this topic. So it was very uncomfortable.
AMR has been the greatest threat to my life. It has made the infections in my lungs devastating to my life. I was born with a genetic lung disease called cystic fibrosis. And this condition is characterized by the buildup of thick mucus in the lungs that attracts bacteria from the air that I breathe in, and over time leads to persistent infections. Ever since I was really little, I have been hospitalized to get intravenous antibiotics to treat these infections. And over time, because of the chronic use of antibiotics, they have become more...
Antibiotics and other antimicrobials save millions of lives. But the more we use and sometimes misuse them to treat bacteria, fungi, viruses and parasites, the more they resist them.
We call this phenomenon antimicrobial resistance, or AMR.
AMR is when the medicines that were designed to treat infections no longer work. It can lead to lifelong struggles or even death.
Without effective antimicrobials, a single infection can become life-threatening, even if you're young and in good health.
AMR can take many forms. A minor skin wound that becomes impossible to cure.
A routine surgery that exposes your body to dangerous microbes.
An infection you acquire at the hospital. Antimicrobial resistance, or AMR, is invisible. I am not.
Join us. Raise your voice.
Together, we can prevent AMR.
मोबाइल मेडिकल यूनिट्स के साथ पूरी डॉक्टर्स की टीम जाती है और वहां पे लैब आधारित टेस्ट भी किए जाते हैं, जिसमें कि शुगर टेस्ट, हाइपरटेंशन टेस्ट, HIV टेस्ट, मलेरिया टेस्ट, एनीमिया टेस्ट, सभी टेस्ट मौके पर ही होते हैं और निःशुल्क टेस्ट होता है और निःशुल्क दवाई वितरण भी किया जाता है।
सभी हाट बाजार में जाता हूँ, वर्क करता हूँ, मुझे अच्छा लगता है। हाट बाजार में नए नए लोग जो पेशेंट्स होते हैं जो कभी हाट बाजार में आए नहीं, वो हॉस्पिटल में नहीं आए। इवन अभी गांव में जितने भी पेशेंट लोग हैं, हमारे पास अधिकतर पेशेंट या तो BP, शुगर, बस ये बोलते हैं कि हमको सिर दुख रहा है, हाथ पांव दर्द हो रहा है, पर ये उनको नहीं पता था कि कभी उन्होंने अस्पताल गए नहीं और अपनी सही से जांच नहीं करवाई।
परेशान बहुत, ये जितना महसूस था, ये पैर महसूस था, ये पूरा शरीर मोटा मोटा था। अभी हॉस्पिटल में तो आया तो इलाज किया, मेरे को यहाँ पता चला शुगर BP बोल के, यहाँ आके मेरे को फायदा हो रहा है। फिर हॉस्पिटल में आने पर मेरा बीमारी भी मिल गया।
Can we settle down, please? Thank you very much and welcome back, everyone. Let us now turn to item 3 of the agenda, the address by Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General. I shall now invite the Director General to deliver.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Honorable Dr. Edwin Dicolotti, President of the 77th World Health Assembly, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, Deputy Director General, the regional directors, and our Chair of the Executive Board, Dr. Hanan, and especially welcoming to our new RDs, Dr. Hanan, Dr. Saima, and Dr. Saya. I'm pleased to present you my report on your organization's work last year. 2023 was a year of many challenges, but also of many achievements. These achievements are captured in the WHO results report, a comprehensive and interactive report available on the WHO website. It provides a detailed overview of the Secretariat's work, supported with data, charts, maps, country stories, and more. The report shows where our funding comes from, where it's going, and what it's doing. And I commend it to you. Today, I can only offer a few highlights according to each of the triple billion targets of the 13th General Program of Work. First, healthier populations. This is the only one of the 3 targets that we estimate will be met, with 1.5 billion expected to be enjoying better health and well-being by 2025. This has been achieved by member states working across sectors to address the root cause of ill health: unclean air, unhealthy diets, unsafe water, polluted environments, and products that harm health. Tobacco use is declining in 150 countries, and there are now 19 million fewer smokers globally than there were 2 years ago. More than 90 countries increased their tobacco excise tax between 2020 and 2022. In December, WHO published a call to action to prevent the uptake of e-cigarettes, along with a technical note on the evidence of the harm they do. We also see positive trends in our efforts to improve nutrition and healthy diets. Last year, another 13 countries passed or implemented best practice policies to eliminate trans fat from their food supply. Almost half the world's population is now protected by such policies, compared with just 7% in 2018 when we launched the WHO call for action. We estimate these policies have cut the number of annual deaths caused by trans fats by 2/3. With support from WHO, more and more countries are taking action to tackle obesity and child wasting and to scale up breastfeeding. And 28 countries increased taxes on alcohol, tobacco, or sugary drinks. We're also working to make the world's roads safer. Over the past decades, 45 countries have reduced road traffic deaths by at least 30%, and 10 have achieved a reduction of 50% or more. Belarus, Brunei Darussalam, Denmark, Japan, Lithuania, Norway, the Russian Federation, Trinidad and Tobago, the United Arab Emirates, and Venezuela. And we're increasing our work on behavioral science to understand better why people make decisions about their health. Following the Health Assembly's adoption last year of a resolution on behavioral science, we worked with the World Bank to produce a new report showing that while some countries are using behavioral science in policies and planning, it's often fragmented, ad hoc, and not connected to national health strategies. While health is a state of complete physical and mental and social well-being, social health has received little attention. I have therefore launched a Commission on Social Connection to highlight the impact of social isolation and advise me and the world on how to address it. So there are many reasons for optimism in our work against the determinants of health, even though much more work is required. Perhaps the greatest threat to health of our times from our changing climate. At COP28 in the UAE last year, an entire day of the program was dedicated to health for the first time. My thanks to the United Arab Emirates for its leadership. And Azerbaijan is poised to do the same. 149 countries signed the COP28 declaration on climate change and health, and donors committed more than $1 billion to address the health impacts of climate change. WHO and the global health community also played a part in keeping a commitment to transition away from fossil fuels in the final agreement. Meanwhile, we're supporting countries to build more climate resilient and climate friendly health systems. Last year, we supported the electrification of health facilities with solar energy in Somalia, and with UNICEF and Gavi, we started supporting other countries, including Uganda, Ethiopia, Zambia, Pakistan, and Yemen. We're also continuing to work with our partners in the quadripartite to support countries to translate a One Health approach into policy and action. And at least 63 countries are making progress in the delivery of care to refugees and migrants and tackling the root cause of ill health. For example, Colombia has enacted policies that have enabled 3.5 million migrants to receive health services. Now to the second of the triple billion targets, to see 1 billion more people benefiting from universal health coverage. Here, the news is less encouraging. We estimate that 585 million more people will be covered by essential health services without catastrophic health spending by 2025, only a little over halfway towards our target of 1 billion. Although 30% of countries have made progress since 2000 on both service coverage and financial hardship, at the global level, we're going backwards on financial protection. 2 billion people face financial hardship due to out-of-pocket health spending. And half of the world's population is not fully covered by essential health services. This is staggering. At the second high-level meeting on UHC at the UN General Assembly, countries made more than 50 commitments to progressively expand access to essential health services and to improve financial protection. To support countries to realize those commitments, WHO is working in more than 120 countries through the UHC partnership. We also joined the consortium of multilateral development banks to launch the Health Impact Investment Platform with funds of 1.5 billion euros to support primary health care projects in countries. We aim to start making disbursements from September. Last year, we supported 23 countries to strengthen their health and care workforce. For example, we're preparing to train nurses and midwives to use a set of basic emergency care tools that can reduce hospital mortality by up to half. And with support from WHO, 95 countries made significant progress on infection prevention and control last year, with exceptional examples in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Somalia, and Ukraine. 2023 was a productive year in WHO's work supporting access to medicines and other health products. We pre-qualified 120 medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, and other products last year for HIV, malaria, multi-drug-resistant TB, Ebola, polio, and COVID-19, as well as the first long-acting insulin analogs. We issued 8 alerts for substandard or falsified medical products. And we standardized nomenclature for more than 300 cell and gene therapies. It sounds boring, but it's one of those things that WHO does that no one notices, but which makes a huge difference to researchers, manufacturers, and prescribers. We also continue to support member states to strengthen their regulatory systems. We recognized Turkey's system as having achieved maturity level 3 and Saudi Arabia's as level 4. Singapore, the Republic of Korea, and Switzerland were the first 3 countries to become WHO-listed regulatory authorities, making them regulators of reference. And just last week, we listed a further 33 national and regional regulators. With WHO leadership, opportunities for technology transfer and geographically diversified manufacturing continue to expand. 15 partners joined the mRNA technology transfer program, and with WHO support have started expanding the technology pipeline to include new vaccines of regional and global interest. We also established the Global Traditional Medicine Center in India and hosted the first global summit on traditional medicine. One of the biggest disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic was routine immunization programs in many countries, resulting in backsliding coverage and outbreaks of measles, diphtheria, polio, yellow fever, and more. In April last year, we launched the Big Catch, or the Big Catch Up, with UNICEF and Gavi to support countries to shut down outbreaks and restore immunization programs at least to pre-pandemic levels. This year, most of the 20 countries with the most children who missed out completely on vaccines during the pandemics are launching and implementing their plans to reach those children. Meanwhile, the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts in Immunization, SAGE, last year recommended new vaccines for dengue, meningitis, and a second vaccine for malaria, the R21 Matrix M vaccine. On maternal, newborn, and child care, we have supported 43 countries to develop acceleration plans to reduce mortality. At the other end of life, we supported 18 countries to strengthen care of older people, and 20 more countries adopted legislation on various aspects of age-related health issues. On sexual and reproductive health, we supported 23 priority countries to facilitate access to quality survivor-centered services for sexual violence. And we published a new report that shows that globally, 1 in 6 people of reproductive age suffer from infertility. Of course, the point of all this work to strengthen health systems is to improve health outcomes, and on that score, that's plenty of reason for cheer. Last year was particularly significant for our fight against malaria. Azerbaijan, Belize, and Tajikistan were certified as malaria-free, and Cabo Verde joined that list earlier this year. more than 2 million children in Ghana, Kenya, and Malawi have received the first malaria vaccine, RTSS, resulting in a drop of 13% in all-cause mortality among children. At least 30 countries intend to introduce the vaccine, and 22 have already been approved for Gavi support and plan to roll it out this year or next. However, demand far outstrips supply, so the approval of the new R21 vaccine will help to close that gap and could save tens of thousands of young lives, especially in Africa. Just this past Friday, the first shipment of the new R21 malaria vaccine was made to the Central African Republic, and preparations are underway for shipments to 7 more countries. On tuberculosis, about 8 million people more than ever before received access to diagnosis and treatment last year. Since 2015, 47 countries, mostly in Africa, in Europe, have reduced TB deaths by more than a third. In addition, the UN General Assembly high-level meeting agreed new targets to end TB, and we launched the TB Vaccine Accelerator Council to facilitate the development, licensing, and equitable use of new TB vaccines. On HIV, more than 75% of people living with HIV globally are now receiving antiretroviral therapy, and almost all of those on treatment are achieving viral suppression, which means they cannot infect others. 19 countries have been certified for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and/or syphilis. And Egypt became the first country to achieve gold tier status on the path to elimination of hepatitis C. 6 countries eliminated one or more neglected tropical diseases last year. Benin, Iraq, and Mali eliminated trachoma, Ghana eliminated African trypanosomiasis, and Bangladesh and Laos PDR eliminated lymphatic filariasis. Bangladesh also became the first country in the world to eliminate visceral leishmaniasis, thanks to a collaboration between many partners, including WHO and the Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases, TDR. There is also much to be proud of in our work on non-communicable diseases, including hypertension, a major cause of premature mortality that demands attention in all countries. Last year, 10 new countries implemented the HEARTS package on hypertension, covering 7 million more people. We published our first global report on hypertension, which estimates the disease affects 1 in 3 adults globally, but 4 in 5 are not adequately treated. The Global Initiative for Childhood Cancer is now active in 76 countries in all regions, providing technical and financial support to improve service delivery in dozens of pediatric cancer centers. 11 more countries introduced the HPV vaccine for cervical cancer last year. We supported more than 80 countries to integrate services for NCDs into their health systems. And just 2 months ago, partners pledged almost $600 million to eliminate cervical cancer. Through the WHO Special Initiative for Mental Health, we supported 9 countries to expand access to mental health services for almost 20 million more people. And 12 countries with complex emergencies received deployments of mental health and psychosocial support experts. We updated our guidelines on mental, neurological, and substance use disorders, which more than 100 low and middle-income countries are using to scale up provision of mental health care at primary health care level. Meanwhile, we continue to support countries to respond to the growing crisis of antimicrobial resistance, which kills at least 1.3 million people every year. Since 2016, the number of countries reporting data on bacterial infections to the global antimicrobial resistance and use surveillance system has more than tripled. And with WHO support, 11 more countries developed multi-sectoral national action plans on AMR last year, bringing the total to 178, and we supported countries to secure new funding for AMR from the Pandemic Fund and the Global Fund. This week, you will consider an important resolution on AMR, and this year's UN General Assembly high-level meeting on antimicrobial resistance will be another important opportunity to secure concrete commitments for this urgent global threat. Now to the third of the triple billion targets, emergencies. On current trends, we estimate that 777 million people will be better protected from health emergencies by 2025, 3/4 of the way to our target of 1.1 billion. Of course, better protected does not mean completely protected, and as the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated, all member states have much work to do individually and together. In May last year, I declared an end to both COVID-19 and Mpox as global health emergency. We continue to call on all countries to maintain and reinforce the capacities for surveillance detection and response that they built during the pandemic. These investments must not go to waste. COVAX, which closed at the end of last year, played a vital role, delivering nearly 2 billion doses and saving an estimated 2.7 million lives in lower-income countries. In all, WHO responded to 65 graded emergencies last year. Earthquakes in Turkey and Syrian Arab Republic, conflict and insecurity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ethiopia, Gaza, Haiti, Myanmar, Sudan, and Ukraine. Outbreaks of cholera, dengue, diphtheria, hepatitis E, Marburg, measles, Mpox, and more. While the global spread of avian influenza in new animal species remains a constant threat. In response, WHO supported dozens of countries to access vaccines and treatments. For the first time, we supported the deployment of a new vaccine against 5 strains of meningitis in response to a large outbreak in West Africa. And we helped to protect 60 million people against yellow fever for life, including high-risk groups such as forest workers in Central African Republic. Emergency medical teams played a vital role in our response to 19 emergencies around the world, including in Gaza. Made up of health professionals from around the world, we have supported the deployment of 18 teams in Gaza who have provided almost 400,000 consultations, performed more than 18,000 surgeries, and added more than 500 additional hospital beds. They're working at all levels of care in the north and south, providing trauma stabilization, delivering babies, supporting early warning for disease outbreaks, and so much more. In addition, WHO and our partners have carried out missions to support patient transfers, and we have delivered $15 million of food, water, and medical supplies to health facilities, with another $13 million of supplies on the way. WHO was in Gaza before the conflict began and will stay to support the health system until this conflict ends and to help rebuild it afterwards. In Sudan, more than a year of fighting has left almost 15 million people in need of health assistance. More than 3/4 of hospitals and almost 90% of primary care facilities are not functioning in Sudan. WHO has delivered $19 million of supplies to support continuity of health services for those most in need and to support and respond to outbreaks. In Ukraine, we continue to support the health system, which has remained resilient but faces continued challenges. An estimated 7.8 million people will require health assistance in Ukraine in 2024. In all three situations and others, we continue to see attacks on healthcare. Last year, WHO verified 1,510 attacks on healthcare in 19 countries with 749 deaths and more than 1,200 injuries. Attacking or militarizing healthcare is a violation of international humanitarian law. And in all three situations, the only situation is peace. We call for a ceasefire in Gaza, a ceasefire in Sudan, and a ceasefire in Ukraine, and peace in all three now. We continue to move towards our goal of eradicating polio. And last year, 6 cases of wild polio virus were reported in Pakistan and 6 in Afghanistan, the second lowest number of cases reported in a calendar year. So far this year, 3 cases have been reported in Afghanistan and 2 in Pakistan. We have intensified our efforts to reach unvaccinated children in a handful of districts in both countries, and we welcome the recent restart of house-to-house immunization in southern Afghanistan after almost 6 years. While our work responding to emergencies often makes the headlines, our work supporting countries to prevent and prepare for emergencies is less visible, but equally important, as you know. For example, the pandemic fund is now up and running, and the demand is huge. For its first round, the fund made disbursements of $338 million to 37 countries, but received applications from over 120 countries, with requests for financing of over $2 billion. The application for the second round has just closed, and demand remains strong. We continue to support many member states to strengthen their core health emergency capabilities, including lab capacity, with support from our office in Lyon. We also launched IMCM-NET, an interim coordinating mechanism to facilitate timely and equitable global access to quality, safe, effective, and affordable medical countermeasures. The WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence launched the International Pathogen Surveillance Network, which has expanded to 94 organizations in 43 countries. The WHO BioHub system now houses 30 biological samples, and more than 100 materials have been exchanged between member states. After the successful pilot phase of the Universal Health and Preparedness Review, 10 countries in 5 regions have enrolled for the next phase. We also launched the Preparedness and Resilience for Emerging Threats Initiative, an integrated approach to pandemic planning. And we have been supporting France and the International Olympic Committee to prepare for this year's Olympic Games in Paris. The fourth pillar of GPW13 is to build a more effective and efficient WHO, including through science, data, research, and digital technologies. Since last year's assembly, we have published over 8,000 new publications and documents, quality assured about 500 normative technical products, approved 28 new evidence-informed clinical and public health guidelines, supported 26 countries to put in place mechanisms to adapt and implement our guidelines, norms, and standards, and supported 50 countries with a data-driven delivery for impact approach to implementation. In addition, the World Health Data Hub now includes the world's largest databases on inequality and mortality. More than 120 countries have now implemented ICD-11. And we launched the Global Digital Health Certification Network, the Global Initiative on Digital Health, and issued guidance on artificial intelligence for health. The Council on the Economics of Health for All delivered its final report. And in October this year, the WHO Academic Campus in Lyon will open, and making the start of a new era. And sure, it will be a game changer. And I thank France for its continued support, and I welcome the launch of a group of friends of the WHO Academy. All of this is supported by our continued implementation of the WHO transformation, as I described this morning. Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, I have given you a long list, but as always, it doesn't even begin to do justice to the breadth and depth of work that your WHO is doing all over the world. It's just a scratch on the surface. Some of it makes the headlines, most of it doesn't. Some of it attracts the attention of donors, and some of it doesn't. As we approach the end of the 13th General Program of Work, we have much to be proud of, but we face mounting challenges. I and my colleagues remain committed to serving you as best we can as we work together for a healthier, safer, fairer world. Merci beaucoup. I thank you, and Mr. President, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Before continuing our consideration of item 3, I would like to remind you of Rule 101 of the Rules of Procedure, which reads, at the commencement of each regular session of the Health Assembly, the President shall request members to serious of putting forward suggestions regarding the annual election of those members to be entitled to designate a person to serve on the Executive Board to place the suggestions before the General Committee. Such suggestions shall reach the Chair of the General Committee no later than 24 hours after the President has made the announcement in accordance with the rule. On this occasion, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that in accordance with Articles 24 and 25 of the Constitution, the Executive Board shall consist of 34 persons designated as members. This year, the 12 vacancies to fill will be as follows. In the African region, 1. In the region of the Americas, 2. In the Eastern Mediterranean region, 2. In the European region, 4. In the Southeast Asia region, 1. In the Western Pacific region, 2. I shall invite delegates wishing to put forward suggestions concerning these elections to submit them to the Department of Governing Bodies no later than Tuesday, 28th of May at 1200 hours in room E3005 in order to enable the General Committee to meet to draw up its recommendations to the Assembly regarding these elections. Before we turn to the statements by delegations, which will be provided under item 3, I would like to announce that Committee A will now start its first meeting in room 20 in parallel with the plenary. I would like to take this opportunity to propose arrangements for the exercise of the right of reply aimed at ensuring a fair, predictable and orderly flow of the conduct of business at our meetings. In particular, I would like to propose to reserve time at the end of each day, time to allow the exercise of the right of reply by those delegations having requested it during the course of the day. In delivering a right of reply, delegations are requested to be as brief as possible, taking into account that at this meeting, interventions themselves are limited to 3 minutes. If delegations could kindly interpret the word brief relative to the time allotted for interventions themselves, it will be very greatly appreciated. In the event of subsequent requests by delegations for additional spoken rights of reply concerning the same matter as previous replies, I kindly request delegations to limit such spoken statements to 30 seconds or less. I trust this is acceptable. I see no objection. It is so decided. Now we shall turn to the general discussion under item 3. I would like to inform distinguished delegates that the order of interventions will be determined by the list of speakers, which can be accessed on the organization's website and the WHA 77 application. Regional and group statements shall be no more than 4 minutes, and will precede national statements, which will be limited to 3 minutes. The traffic light will be in use, and statements exceeding the allocated time may be shortened. Following interventions by member states, the floor will be given to observers, United Nations agencies, and international organizations. The discussion on item 3 is now open. Please speak at a moderate speed. Botswana on behalf of the Africa region, to be followed by Bahrain on behalf of the WHO Eastern Mediterranean region.
Botswana is pleased to deliver the statement on behalf of the WHO Africa member states. We thank the Director General for his report, which takes stock of the organization's work over the past year and priorities for the coming years. We note with appreciation the positive progress that has been achieved in this regard. The attainment of universal health care everywhere for everyone has always been and remains the underlying principle and should undergird our work. This is particularly important in light of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, neglected tropical diseases, hunger, and climate change. The inequities between and within countries persist, which reverse and stall progress towards achievement of the SDGs. A critical agenda at the Assembly is the consideration of the 14th General Programme of Work, GPW14, entitled Advancing Health Equity and Health System Resilience in a Turbulent World, a Global Health Agenda for 2025 to 2028. A fitting theme indeed. We welcome the GPW14, which outlines important priorities for the region, including on global public goods for health, improving access to safe, effective, and affordable health products, climate change and health, and technological advancements. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, the African member states have been working with other member states in negotiating a pandemic treaty and amendments to the International Health Regulation of 2005. We thank the respective bureaus for their hard work and dedication to this work. I also wish to congratulate member states for their tenacity in advancing the text for consideration by the Health Assembly. In this regard, we are of the view that member states need to build on the consensus reached so far and complete the outstanding work. In order to achieve this, member states will need to demonstrate their fullest commitment and solidarity through agreement to address equity with clear and tangible outcomes. This is in line with the theme of the WHA special session that established this intergovernmental negotiating body, which was entitled The World Together, the intergovernmental negotiating body to draft and negotiate a WHO convention, agreement, or other international instrument on the pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Chair, the program budget for 2024 to 2025 makes an important milestone, as it is the first in which country offices will be allocated more than half of their total budget for the biennium. We highly welcome this approach, which will enable the organization to deliver on its mandate while fulfilling expectations for transparency, efficiency, and accountability. The WHO's investment round is a significant achievement which will provide the organization with additional flexible resource, thereby contributing to the base budget. The Africa member states therefore call on the Director General to ensure equitable resource allocation with the aim to reach program budget as share of countries' region to 75%. The Africa member states are fully committed to working with WHO member state partners, including at country levels, to advance our collective agenda in achieving universal health coverage. In this line, the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. I thank you.
Thank you, Botswana. Bahrain to be followed by Belgium.
السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، بالأصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن الدول الأعضاء في إقليم شرق المتوسط، أهنئ الرئيس ونواب الرئيس والرؤساء على انتخابهم، وأشكر الرئيس والمدير العام على خطابيهما الملهمين. إننا نتطلع إلى جلسة مثمرة في ضوء التحديات الصحية العالمية التي يواجهها العالم. يقف إقليم شرق المتوسط عند مفترق طرق، فنحن إقليم مثقل بالتحديات الجسام، ولكننا أيضا إقليم زاخر بالإمكانات. أتحدث اليوم بصوت واحد نيابة عن دولنا الأعضاء، مسلطة الضوء على الحقائق الواضحة التي تواجه إقليمنا، ومؤكدة في الوقت ذاته على التزامنا الراسخ ببناء مستقبل أكثر صحة وازدهارا. إن إقليمنا يعاني من ويلات الصراعات والأزمات، حيث يواجه الإقليم باستمرار حالات طوارئ على نطاق هائل، إذ يحتاج أكثر من 107 مليون شخص في الإقليم لمساعدات إنسانية، و13 من بلدان إقليم شرق المتوسط تتأثر بشكل مباشر أو غير مباشر بالنزاعات، بما في ذلك الأوضاع المأساوية المؤلمة في غزة والسودان. كما أن الكوارث الطبيعية وتغير المناخ وتفشي الأمراض المعدية تزيد من وطأة المعاناة في الإقليم. وبالإضافة إلى هذه الأزمات، يواجه الإقليم تحديات صحية أخرى من تزايد مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات وأنماط الحياة غير الصحية، ونقص القوى العاملة الصحية، وضعف النظم الصحية على سبيل المثال للحصر. ومع ذلك فإننا نظل متفائلين، فاليأس ليس مصيرنا. إقليم شرق المتوسط هو أيضا إقليم الصمود والابتكار، وقد حققنا تقدما ملحوظا في مختلف البرامج الصحية، مما يدل على أنه حتى في خضم الشدائد فإن التغيير الإيجابي ممكن. وبالرغم من التقدم المحرز صوب تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة المتعلقة بالصحة، فقد لا نصل للهدف المأمول، إلا أن إيماننا قوي بأن النجاح ممكن حتى في أصعب المواقف، ولدينا خارطة طريق جديدة لتوجهنا في طريقنا. نحن في إقليم شرق المتوسط بكل إخلاص ندعم برنامج عمل العام 14 الجديد GPW14 المقترح لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، ونرحب بالخطة الصحية الطموحة التي حددها الدكتور تدرس. إن ال5 Ps توفر إطارا واضحا لمعالجة المهام المعقدة المقبلة. موضوع جمعية الصحة العالمية لهذا العام الجميع من أجل الصحة، الصحة للجميع، يجد صدى عميقا في نفوسنا، حيث يتردد أصداءه في مفهوم الصحة للجميع من قبل الجميع، الذي كان نبراسا لعمل منظمة الصحة العالمية في منطقتنا خلال السنوات الأخيرة. هو تجسيدا لمبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة والعمل الجماعي الذي نؤمن بأنه حجر الزاوية في تحقيق أهدافنا الصحية. فالصحة ليست مجالا حصريا للحكومات أو المهنيين في قطاع الصحة، بل هي مسعى مشترك يتطلب مشاركة كل فرد وأسرة ومجتمع. يمكننا تحقيق منجزات مذهلة عندما نعمل معا جميعا. ومنطلق هذه الروح التعاونية اسمحوا لي أن أسلط الضوء على مبادرة الرعاية الصحية التي أطلقتها مملكة البحرين وتبنتها الدول العربية خلال ترأس سيدي حضرة صاحب الجلالة ملك البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه للقمة العربية 33 في مملكة البحرين الشهر الحالي. هذه المبادرة التي تهدف إلى تعزيز بيئة آمنة ومستقرة في الشرق الأوسط لتمكين الانتعاش والازدهار للجميع، تجسد التزامنا بالشراكة الإقليمية وبالتعاون مع منظمة الصحة العالمية وجامعة الدول العربية. نهدف إلى إحداث ثورة نوعية في الوصول إلى الرعاية الصحية للسكان المتضررين من النزاعات، وتطوير صناعة الدواء واللقاحات في الدول العربية، وضمان توفير الدواء والعلاج. نحن نتعهد بالعمل جنبا إلى جنب مع أمانة منظمة الصحة العالمية والدول الأعضاء والشركاء لتعزيز صحة وازدهار شعوبنا. معا دعونا نحول التحديات إلى فرص واليأس إلى أمل، ونصنع مستقبلا تسود فيه الصحة والسعادة والسلام. شكرا سيدي وشكرا السادة الأعضاء.
Thank you. Belgium, on behalf of the European Union, you have 4 minutes to be followed by Papua New Guinea.
Chair, I'm delivering this statement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and Georgia, align themselves with the statement. We express our gratitude to the Director General for his comprehensive report and its unwavering dedication to addressing global health challenges. We also extend our appreciation to WHO staff in the country and regional offices, as well as headquarters, for their vital work. The EU and its member states remain committed to working hand in hand with the WHO to achieve SDG 3 and promote health and well-being for all. We deplore the increasing number of man-made health emergencies. The EU reiterates its commitment to work with partners to end the crisis in Gaza without delay and implement Security Council Resolution 2728, including through reaching an immediate ceasefire and the unconditional release of all hostages. We also call for an end to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, as well as conflicts, including those in Sudan, Ethiopia, and the DRC. We urge all parties to fulfill their obligation under international law and to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law. The protection of civilians, health workers, and health facilities is a vital priority. In addition, the disastrous impact of climate change jeopardizes decades of progress on global health. To respond effectively to these multiple crises, we will need much faster, evidence-based and more coherent action. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that half-hearted measures won't get us far. This sense of urgency, therefore, also needs to be reflected in the policies proposed by WHO. It is essential that the organization continues to play a central and coordinating role, promoting coherent and inclusive collaboration between international actors for an effective international system, leaving nobody and no region of the world behind. For more than 2 years, we've all devoted considerable time and resources to improve the global prevention, preparedness, and response to future pandemics. The EU has been a constructive and flexible partner throughout the negotiations, but the time frame has proven too short to arrive at an outcome. Therefore, we would welcome a consensual decision at this Assembly on a time frame with effective modalities for the future negotiations toward a pandemic agreement that is meaningful, equitable, and ratifiable, as well as a successful conclusion of the revision of IHR. Dr. Tedros, the adoption of the 14th General Programme of Work is an important milestone in guiding the work of the organization. We welcome the strong impetus to address the root causes of ill health, including climate change and environmental factors, as well as economic, social, cultural, and commercial determinants. We also commend the ambition to support health workforce and address critical gaps in a comprehensive manner, acknowledging that health workers are the backbone of our health systems. The WHO Academy is set to play a key role regarding this ambition. Remaining concerned by persistent funding gaps for several health priorities, we called for increased sustainable funding of the GPW14 and welcome WHO's continued efforts to that effect. The first investment round will be an important tool to raise adequate funding in a more predictable, transparent and coordinated manner that will contribute to an independent and empowered WHO that we all need. I thank you.
Thank you. Papua New Guinea, on behalf of Pacific Island countries, you have 4 minutes, to be followed by Senegal on behalf of the GAF.
Esteemed President, Director General of the World Health Organization, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and colleagues, on behalf of the 22 Pacific Island countries and areas, I must warn that the very idea of health for all is under threat from climate change. From our Pacific homelands, we feel it firsthand. The impacts of climate change are affecting our physical and mental well-being and our very existence. Climate change is directly impacting food and nutrition security of our most vulnerable people. As salt water soaks coastal swells and extreme weather damages crops, the cost of fruit and vegetable increases while availability decreases. Local traditional foods are being replaced by more affordable, highly processed foods. Unhealthy diets are threatening, increasing our risk of non-communicable diseases. Rising temperatures and floods are enabling climate-sensitive diseases to spread further and faster. The quality and safety of our drinking water is being jeopardized. Climate risks to health care infrastructure threaten the safety of our health workers and the quality of patient care. And the increasing double disease burden is straining an already overstretched health workforce. Pacific Island countries are responsible for less than 1% of global emissions, but we are on the front line of the global climate crisis. We must face these challenges head-on and do everything we can to mitigate climate change now. It may be tempting to believe that much of this is beyond our control, but as we discussed last year at COP28, at the first ever Climate Health Ministerial at the COP, as leaders in our countries and communities, we wield the power to catalyze broader change. Firstly, we must lead by example and address the environmental impact of the health systems. The health sector is currently responsible for around 5% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. We need to invest to bolster climate resilience of our health facilities. This must include efforts to attract and retain our health workers, particularly in rural and remote areas. Secondly, we need to take every opportunity to engage with allies in other sectors and advocate by sharing data on the health core benefits of climate action. Thirdly, we must prioritize interventions to tackle the public health impacts of climate change and hold ourselves accountable. Climate change is the biggest health threat of the 21st century. If we are genuinely committed to health for all, we must act decisively, collectively, and immediately to protect our health and the health for future generations. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. Senegal, you have the floor. You have 4 minutes, to be followed by Cabo Verde.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de prononcer cette déclaration au nom du groupe des ambassadeurs francophones, des États et gouvernements membres, observateurs et associés de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. Le groupe francophone se félicite du choix du thème de cette 70e Assemblée mondiale de la santé, un monde mobilisé pour la santé pour tout le monde, qui cadre parfaitement avec les missions de l'OMS. Le groupe prend note de la conduite des processus de négociation pour l'adoption d'un instrument juridique international sur les pandémies et des amendements au règlement sanitaire international de 2005. Il encourage toutes les parties prenantes à poursuivre leurs efforts pour mettre l'équité au cœur de ces instruments d'importance capitale pour la santé publique mondiale. Le groupe salue les progrès réalisés par le Conseil exécutif concernant le 14e programme général de travail de l'OMS, tout en recommandant sa validation par cette Assemblée. Il convie les États et les autres parties à agir pour la mise en œuvre efficace et équitable de ce programme qui vise à améliorer la santé mondiale, particulièrement pour les populations fragiles. Le groupe rappelle l'importance primordiale d'une approche fondée sur les droits humains dans l'ensemble des domaines d'action de l'OMS. Le groupe renouvelle son soutien à ces actions et sa contribution à surmonter les nombreux défis auxquels le monde se trouve confronté dans le domaine de la santé publique. Dans un contexte marqué par une multitude de crises, il appelle à la fin des hostilités dans toutes les régions, car la paix est une condition fondamentale de la santé. Le groupe prend note du rapport du directeur général sur la lutte contre le paludisme et déplore les obstacles qui freinent les progrès sur ce plan. Il se félicite des engagements soutenus pris lors de la conférence de Yaoundé, au Cameroun, organisée par l'OMS et ses partenaires, le 6 mars dernier. Cette importante rencontre a permis à l'OIF de réitérer son soutien politique aux efforts nationaux et internationaux sur ce plan. Le groupe encourage les États concernés à mettre efficacement en œuvre les engagements pris. Il reste convaincu que l'OMS et ses partenaires ne ménageront aucun effort pour soutenir l'accès aux nouveaux traitements, dont notamment les vaccins en faveur des enfants dans les zones à forte prévalence du paludisme. Le groupe se félicite également de la tenue en 2023, en présence du directeur général de l'OMS, d'un échange francophone sur les progrès en matière de production de vaccins ARN messagers, avec un accent sur l'expérience des 4 pays francophones bénéficiaires. Cet échange francophone a souligné les actions menées, les défis ainsi que les prochaines étapes, notamment les priorités permettant d'assurer la réussite de ce processus. Enfin, le groupe francophone rappelle la place fondamentale du respect du multilinguisme au sein de l'OMS, au vu de l'importance de ses missions. Il souligne la nécessité d'intensifier les efforts afin de permettre une participation inclusive de tous les États aux travaux de l'OMS, y compris les réunions officielles et surtout informelles. L'accès à toutes les ressources de l'organisation, notamment les documents stratégiques ainsi qu'au réseautage. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Senegal, Cabo Verde, on behalf of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, to be followed by Jordan.
É uma honra proferir esta intervenção em nome da comunidade de países de língua portuguesa. Os nossos países partilham não apenas um idioma comum, mas também o compromisso e a prioridade atribuídos à saúde e ao bem-estar das nossas populações. É especialmente oportuna a escolha de saúde para todos, todos para a saúde, como tema ao debate geral deste ano, ao reconhecer, para além da responsabilidade primária dos governos em fortalecer as políticas públicas eficazes que garantam o acesso equitativo à saúde, a necessidade de trabalharmos todos juntos para abraçar a saúde como um direito universal, num esforço coletivo, guiados pelo princípio da equidade e solidariedade para garantir o direito à saúde para todos. Os países da CPLP reiteram o seu empenho em alcançar a cobertura universal de saúde e o acesso equitativo a serviços e produtos de saúde, levando em consideração os determinantes sociais, económicos e ambientais da saúde. Enfatizam também a importância da colaboração dentro do agrupamento por meio do Plano Estratégico de Cooperação em Saúde da CPLP 2023-2027, com vista a implementarem políticas e estratégias que visem consolidar o desenvolvimento sustentável e a boa governança dos respectivos sistemas nacionais de saúde e da saúde global. Em particular, realizamos neste último mês o primeiro congresso de bancos de leite humano da CPLP em Luanda, iniciativa que muito nos orgulha. Nesta 67ª Assembleia Mundial da Saúde, gostaríamos de enfatizar o papel central desempenhado pela OMS na arquitetura da saúde global e enaltecer a sua atuação em diversos campos, desde a emergência sanitária ao redor do mundo, até assistência técnica, recomendações e diretrizes em matéria de doenças infecciosas e não transmissíveis e promoção da saúde. A vasta agenda desta Assembleia demonstra a contribuição fundamental da organização para melhor nos prepararmos para desafios atuais e futuros em matéria da saúde global. Iremos tratar de temas fundamentais para a cooperação internacional em saúde, tais como a 14ª Programa Geral de Trabalho e Resolução sobre temas diversos. Queremos apoiar o trabalho conjunto com a OMS, visando a atualização do memorando de entendimento em vigor com a CPLP. Os países da CPLP gostariam de apreciar os progressos alcançados no grupo de trabalho sobre emendas ao Regulamento Sanitário Internacional e no órgão de negociação intergovernamental e reforçar o seu comprometimento para que sejam concluídas as negociações do acordo sobre a pandemia e da revisão do Regulamento Sanitário Internacional, para que possamos estar melhor preparados para as futuras emergências sanitárias e pandémicas. Reiteramos o nosso apoio à OMS e enfatizamos o nosso comprometimento com a multissectorialidade. Por último, os Estados-membros da CPLP reafirmam o seu compromisso com os valores perenes para alcançar a saúde para todos em todos, para um pré-requisito da saúde para o bem-estar de todos os povos. Muito obrigada pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Jordan, on behalf of the Council of Arab Health Ministers, to be followed by the Russian Federation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة لمنظمة الصحة العالمية في دورتها 77، السيد تيدروس آدنم جبرييسوس المحترم، المدير العام لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود المحترمين، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم. يسعدني في البداية أن أتقدم باسم مجلس وزراء الصحة العرب ببالغ الشكر والتقدير لمنظمة الصحة العالمية ومديرها العام وأعضاء الأمانة العامة، ولرئيس وأعضاء المجلس التنفيذي للمنظمة على الجهود المبذولة لتعزيز التنسيق والإشراف وقيادة العمل الدولي في مجال الصحة من أجل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وإعدادهم الجيد لهذه الدورة. الحضور الكريم، تعكف الجامعة العربية على تقديم الدعم الموصول للدول العربية للوصول إلى التغطية الصحية الشاملة وبناء وتعزيز نظم رعاية صحية مرنة وقادرة على مواجهة التحديات الصحية العالمية والأزمات المختلفة. وهنا لا بد من تسليط الضوء على الأزمات التي تعصف بالمنطقة العربية، بدءا من العدوان على غزة، هذه الجريمة التي تمارس بحق شعب أعزل في مشهد لإبادة جماعية تحصد عشرات الآلاف من الشهداء، جلهم من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ، وتتجاوز الأعراف والقوانين الدولية لتطال العاملين بالمنظمات الإنسانية والأممية، وتحرم الإنسان من الحق الأصيل في الحياة والصحة. وإذ نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لكل الجهود الساعية لإنهاء هذا العدوان وفتح قنوات لإدخال المساعدات الإنسانية والعلاجية واتخاذ إجراءات ملموسة لحماية العاملين الصحيين التزاما مع إقرار المبادرة للصحة والسلام، لنؤكد ترحيب الدول العربية بقرارات الدورة الاستثنائية السابعة للمجلس التنفيذي لمنظمة الصحة العالمية في ديسمبر 2023 لمناقشة الظروف الصحية في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة بما فيها القدس الشرقية، وتؤكد أيضا على الدعم الكامل لحق فلسطين بالانضمام إلى الأمم المتحدة كدولة كاملة العضوية. الحضور الكريم، لابد لنا من الحديث عن التحديات التي تواجه بعض الدول العربية، فجميعنا يراقب عن كثب ما يشهده السودان من تدهور للوضع الصحي والإنساني، مما أجبر الملايين على النزوح إلى مناطق معظمها غير مهيئ لاستقبالهم، وأدى إلى تفاقم تفشي الأوبئة وازدياد معدلات سوء التغذية لدى الأطفال. كما أن اليمن يواجه مشاكل صحية تحتاج إلى تكاثف الجهود لتوفير الخدمات الصحية، لا سيما في مناطق النزاع لمنع انتشار الأوبئة. ولا ننسى كذلك الإشارة إلى السياسات التمييزية والممنهجة من قبل الاحتلال في الجولان السوري المحتل، والمخالفة للمبادئ والمواثيق والقوانين الدولية التي تؤكد على الحق الأساسي للشعوب بالتمتع بالحق في الصحة والتزامات القوة القائمة بالاحتلال تجاهه. ومن المهم أيضا الإشارة إلى أزمة تدفق المهاجرين واللاجئين لدول الجوار، ودعوة جميع المنظمات ذات العلاقة بملف اللاجئين لبذل مزيد من الجهود ومساعدة الدول على تحمل الأعباء الصحية والإنسانية والجسدية. الحضور الكريم، تؤكد الدول العربية على ضرورة تضافر الجهود لمعالجة أبرز القضايا الصحية المعاصرة كمكافحة العدوى والاستجابة للجوائح وانتشار الأوبئة وتقليل استخدام المضادات الحيوية والحد من آثار التغيير المناخي على الصحة، كما وتؤكد على أهمية الاهتمام بالأمراض غير السارية من خلال تعزيز الرعاية الصحية الأولية والوقائية، وضرورة إيلاء الصحة الإنجابية اهتماما خاصا لتسهيل الوصول والحصول على هذه الخدمات، إضافة إلى التحول نحو حوسبة الخدمات الصحية. وختاما، نتطلع لأن تكون أعمال هذه الدورة مثمرة وذات أثر مستدام لتعزيز النظم الصحية، وأن تأتي مخرجاتها لتؤكد على الحق الأصيل لكل إنسان في الصحة والضغط باتجاه إنهاء معاناة شعبنا في فلسطين المحتلة وغزة. أشكركم على حسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم.
Thank you. Russian Federation, on behalf of the State Union of Belarus and Russian Federation, please, you have 4 minutes to be followed by Bosnia.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые коллеги, имею честь выступить от союзного государства Российской Федерации и Республики Беларусь. В 1918 году один из отцов-основателей современной модели первичной медико-санитарной помощи Николай Александрович Семашко отмечал, что лечебная медицина должна быть построена на последовательности проведения принципов общедоступности и бесплатности. Спустя более чем 100 лет пандемия COVID-19 в очередной раз подтвердила истинность этих слов, обнажив серьезные проблемы глобального здравоохранения. В числе этих проблем неравенство, недостаточный охват услугами здравоохранения, дефицит медицинских кадров, низкая доступность медицинской помощи, прежде всего в странах с низким доходом. Сохраняется высокое бремя неинфекционных заболеваний, появляются новые и возвращаются старые инфекции. Сегодняшняя сессия ВАС должна стать значимым шагом на пути решения указанных проблем. Нам предстоит обсудить проект пандемического соглашения, а также поправки в международные медико-санитарные правила, которые синергетично должны способствовать укреплению системы предотвращения, оповещения и реагирования на чрезвычайные ситуации пандемического характера. Новые важные шаги для укрепления здоровья закладываются в 14-й общей программе работы, которая не только устанавливает глобальную повестку в области здравоохранения, но также содержит конкретные приоритетные сферы действий, образ результата и рекомендации. Отметим, что реализация предыдущей программы работы дала свои результаты, однако многое еще предстоит. Чтобы эффективно использовать ресурсы на благо охраны здоровья, ВОЗ при реализации 14-й программы должна четко придерживаться своего мандата по междисциплинарным вопросам, в том числе в области климата. Важно подчеркнуть, что формируемая сегодня глобальная архитектура здравоохранения лишь в том случае будет эффективной и результативной, если она будет основана на лидирующей роли ВОЗ при уважении национального суверенитета, разнообразия политик и инклюзивности. Нельзя допускать, чтобы здравоохранение становилось заложником политики, односторонних нелегитимных действий и других недружественных актов. Со своей стороны Российская Федерация и Республика Беларусь, имеющие большой опыт эффективного решения сложных проблем здравоохранения, продолжат активно участвовать в международном сотрудничестве, оказывая помощь странам и международным организациям в поиске путей обеспечения наивысшего достижимого уровня здоровья для всех. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you, Bosnia-Herzegovina. On behalf of the member states of the Southeastern Europe Health Network, you have 4 minutes.
Your Excellencies, Director General, Regional Directors, Mr. President, Honourable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 9 member states of the Southeastern Europe Health Network who have associated themselves with this statement: Albania, Bulgaria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the State of Israel, Republic of Moldova, Montenegro, the Republic of North Macedonia, Romania and the Republic of Serbia. As Bosnia and Herzegovina finalizes its 1-year Southeast European Health Network presidency, it proudly shares several significant achievements. Our primary focus has been on advancing universal health coverage and fostering people-centered health systems. We strongly believe that strong regional strategic efforts are required in advancing the WHO global and regional agenda to achieve the SDGs 2030 targets and close the health outcomes gap between the Southeast European region and the European Union. In this context, the Southeast European Health Network, in partnership with Slovenia, organized a high-level meeting on strengthening healthcare systems in Southeast Europe. The main outcomes of the meeting were enhanced resilience and preparedness of healthcare systems for future shocks and crises, spotted innovative solutions to address persistent health workforce shortages, and strengthened trust among various healthcare stakeholders. Additionally, Bosnia and Herzegovina presidency key efforts include promoting mental health reforms, particularly in developing community mental health services, as well as those in post-conflict settings. We have also prioritized the mental health and well-being of the healthcare workforce, especially in the aftermath of the pandemic. Over the last 2 decades, the Southeast European Health Network through Bosnia and Herzegovina has championed mental health advancements, particularly in community settings. Leading experts from the Southeast European region have visited and extensively discussed the world-renowned Trieste Mental Health Medal. The initiative was a collaborative effort involving the Southeast European Health Network Secretariat, the Central European Initiative, and the WHO Collaborating Centre for Research and Training in Mental Health in Trieste. It provided a platform for stakeholders to exchange experiences, learn about challenges, and compare the progress and policies shaping mental health services in the Southeast European region with the successful Trieste model. In this respect, it is noteworthy that our actions and documents align closely with the WHO Global Strategic Directions for nursing, midwifery, and the corresponding European Regional Roadmap. The Southeastern Europe Health Network is committed to optimizing healthcare workforce performance and investing strategically in this sector. In line with this commitment, we are pleased to announce a significant development commencing in October this year. Romania will officially host the Regional Health Development Center for Nursing and Midwifery under Southeast European Health Network auspice. This center will also host the ICN meeting in Bucharest, advancing our regional agenda. At the same time, we express gratitude to WHO Collaborative Center for Leadership and Governance in Nursing, hosted by Israel, for active support and contribution to strengthen the capacity of the nursing aimed and improved quality of care in the Southeast European region. Furthermore, just a week ago, Southeast European Health Network member states convened in Banja Luka, Republic of Srpska, Bosnia and Herzegovina, to advance nursing leadership and discuss strategies to secure the future of healthcare workforce and the provision of high-quality care. This meeting focused on addressing nursing and midwifery challenges and planning the next steps. The past year has been marked by actions focused on data quality, improvement and control, non-communicable diseases, population-based registries, improvement and promotion of patients' rights, pandemic preparedness, influenza surveillance and immunization. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion,
Please
I would like to
express
our sincere to WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus for the support of the Southeast European region in advancing health equity and health systems resilience in this turbulent world. Also, I would like to express our true appreciation and to European Regional Office and Regional Director Dr. Hans Kluge for his study support for the Southeast European Health Network. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We will now turn to the member state statements. France, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, chers amis, je suis venu cet après-midi vous délivrer un message simple. La France tient et tiendra son rang de nation solidaire et engagée pour la santé mondiale. Pour relever nos nombreux défis, nos principes, l'unité, l'équité, la solidarité, ces principes des Nations Unies sont plus que jamais d'actualité. Notre premier principe, c'est l'unité. Les pandémies mondiales nous le rappellent sans cesse. En matière de santé, le repli national n'est pas une option viable. C'est pourquoi nous devons impérativement nous unir rapidement pour signer un accord ambitieux et concret de prévention des futures pandémies. La prévention et l'approche en une seule santé doivent en être les piliers. Je rappelle enfin que la France est favorable à la participation de Taïwan aux travaux de cette Assemblée. Le deuxième principe, c'est l'équité. Pour atteindre la couverture sanitaire universelle, nous avons tous un devoir d'action, mais nous devons tous en avoir les moyens. La première condition, c'est d'avoir des professionnels de santé bien formés, et cela partout dans la planète. C'est pourquoi l'OMS et la France inaugureront en fin d'année l'Académie OMS à Lyon et travailleront avec l'ensemble des États membres pour en faire un outil d'excellence au service du renforcement des systèmes de santé du monde entier. La deuxième condition, c'est l'accès équitable aux vaccins et aux traitements, et même aux capacités de production. C'est donc la boussole de l'action française en santé mondiale. C'est pour cela que l'Union européenne, dont la France soutient la déclaration prononcée, est favorable à un système juste et équitable de partage des contre-mesures médicales face aux pandémies. C'est pour cela qu'il y a 20 ans, les présidents Lula et Chirac avaient créé Unitaid. C'est pour cela qu'avec l'OMS et nos partenaires, le président Emmanuel Macron avait mené l'effort inédit de solidarité internationale que fut l'initiative Act A. C'est pour cela que nous coparrainerons le cycle d'investissement de l'OMS, qui doit être le chef d'orchestre de notre action commune. C'est pour cela enfin que le 20 juin prochain, la France accueillera le lancement de l'initiative AVMA de l'Alliance Gavi. Le troisième principe, c'est la solidarité. Cette solidarité, c'est d'abord la solidarité avec les femmes qui subissent encore des oppressions insupportables. C'est à elles que la France a tenu à envoyer un message fort en inscrivant le droit à l'interruption volontaire de grossesse dans la Constitution de notre République le 8 mars dernier. Solidarité sanitaire aussi avec les populations civiles victimes des conflits en Ukraine et à Gaza, au Soudan et dans bien d'autres endroits. Je salue d'ailleurs l'engagement des équipes de l'OMS à cet égard. Sur ce défi comme sur les autres, n'en doutez pas, mesdames et messieurs, la France, avec les Nations Unies, sera au rendez-vous. Je vous en remercie.
Thank you. Netherlands, you have the floor, to be followed by Ukraine and United Kingdom.
Honourable Chair, distinguished Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Netherlands aligns itself with the statement delivered by Belgium on behalf of the EU and its member states. The WHO has since 1948 led the way in improving public health and healthcare worldwide. But significant challenges still lie ahead. We still face the silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance, the need for better access to primary healthcare, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, remains key. Climate change is now regarded as the biggest current and future threat to our health worldwide. The Kingdom of the Netherlands remains committed to helping address these challenges. Our initiative, together with Peru and others, for a new resolution on climate change and health is a good example of that. This resolution is an important step in guiding long-term policy and coordinated action. Our action-oriented commitment is also reflected in our first national global health strategy, Working Together for Health Worldwide, it is called. We are bolstering the WHO's crucial role within the global health architecture, and we are supporting the WHO through more flexible and sustainable funding. Therefore, I'm pleased to note that the 14th General Programme of Work aligns well with our Dutch national health, our Dutch global health priorities, with a prominent focus on climate change and health, universal health coverage, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and gender equality. We will continue to support the WHO to promote, provide and protect health for all, leaving no one behind. We support the meaningful participation of all who contribute valuable expertise and knowledge to world health. There is no health without mental health. For persons in vulnerable and marginalized situations, especially during conflicts, health outcomes are increasingly lagging behind. And together with Ukraine and others, the Netherlands has initiated a resolution on bolstering mental health and psychosocial support before, during and after emergencies. Equity in health is also crucial, as the COVID pandemic demonstrated. As illustrated by our hosting of the Second World Local Production Forum last year, the Netherlands contributes by building bridges at the WHO, the UN in New York, bilaterally and in relevant fora worldwide.
Please conclude your statement.
Yes, Chair, I will end. Access to healthcare needs to be universal. Unequal access to high quality and affordable healthcare endangers women's health and lives. Gender responsive care is therefore important. Most medical knowledge and research is still based on the biological male body, resulting in women's symptoms
Please
being
conclude your statement.
Misdiagnosed and improperly treated. It's an important subject, Chair. It needs to change, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Ukraine, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes, to be followed by the United Kingdom.
Our slogan is all for health, health for all. Simple, but beautiful words to live by. But we, Ukrainians, also have another slogan: to survive in the terrible war, which Russia began against Ukraine. To survive and defend the children, women, old people from the bomb and missile attacks. When the life-threatening situation, like it's happening now in Ukraine, becomes a routine, safety becomes a priority, and health becomes a privilege. Head disease rates are alarming, but you cannot explain the importance of the proper dieting and physical activities to the people, hiding in a shelter during the bomb and missile attacks. Access to care is a crucial one, but how to save the patients who are transported to the hospital in an armored ambulance after their houses have been ruined and now are in flames after air raiding? IMR is a global challenge, but you cannot expect to fully implement infection control when water facilities and power plants are being attacked. This is still a reality for millions of Ukrainians. And it is the Third Fourth Health Assembly where I have to remind to everybody that this is still happening. I am extremely grateful to the countries who keep Ukraine in their agenda mentions this unjustified war, condemning Russian aggression in their speeches and actions. I am extremely grateful to Netherlands, Dominican Republic, Estonia, Finland, Georgia, Guatemala, Monaco, Lithuania, Latvia, Portugal, Ecuador, Slovenia, Lebanon, and Israel for our joint resolution on mental health and psychological support, and we are hoping for your support of this resolution this week. And there is one more very important point I emphasize on. This is our medical people who have been taken captives, which is banned by the international humanitarian law, and they still are held in the Russian captivity. We try to do our best to free the people, and we apply to you to support our struggle, to free our medical people and to return them home to Ukraine. I urge you to support the Ukraine's peace formula and be a strong voice for the discussion within your leaders, your partners, in the world in which safety, health, and life are valued above everything. Thank you.
Thank you. United Kingdom, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes, to be followed by Germany, then Brazil.
Thank you. It is an honour to represent the United Kingdom today. To start, I would like to commend the WHO and all its staff for their efforts this year, whether responding to an unprecedented number of emergencies or supporting member state negotiations and programmes, and reaching the healthier population targets is a major achievement. The United Kingdom is still committed to agreeing a pandemic accord and targeted amendments to the international health regulations. Together, these would better prepare us to detect and respond to future health threats. We rightly call for health for all and all for health, but that aspiration is much harder in the middle of violent conduct and conflict. So let me commend the brave men and women who, as we speak, are delivering aid to Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and other conflict zones. All over the world, advances in technology are presenting opportunities for improving health services, digitising access, and harnessing the power of artificial intelligence. But across the globe, healthcare systems face challenges. We welcome this week's focus on climate and health because climate change poses a serious threat to health systems around the world. The UK Health Security Agency has warned of the impact that global heating could have on elderly and vulnerable people. That's why our National Health Service has cut its carbon footprint by almost a third since 2010. Antimicrobial resistance is another severe threat. As Dr. Tedros said, 1.3 million people died this year for AMR. That's projected to go up by as many as 5 million a year when you consider COVID killed 7 million in total, and we're talking about something that could be killing 5 million people a year. This is in front of us, the next pandemic, on our doorstep today. That's why I'm proud that we pledged 85 million to counter the threat of AMR, and the UK has made the case for an ambitious outcome from September's high-level meeting on AMR that supports fair and equitable access to essential antibiotics for all that need them now and in the future. We will need every available expert to secure the world against this threat. In that spirit, we believe Taiwan should once again become an observer to this Assembly and to be granted meaningful access to all relevant technical meetings, as was the case until 2016. Finally, the United Kingdom welcomes the WHO's renewed focus on accountability in their investment round case, which is crucial to command the confidence of people around the world. Greater accountability and transparency, combined with more predictable funding, will set the WHO up to continue its vital role in protecting the world's health, making sure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany, you have the floor to be followed by Brazil, then Australia.
Dear Director General, dear distinguished colleagues, first of all, Germany fully supports the EU statement on behalf of the Member States, and Germany also condemns every country has the right for self-defense within the limitation of international humanitarian law. The world is facing major health challenges. Climate changes were already mentioned, and new research shows that we may have underestimated the risks. New pandemics are certain to come. It is just a matter of time. Antibiotic resistance was already mentioned by my colleague from UK, and we are facing possibly 5 million deaths a year if we cannot master this challenge. New and old wars and refugee crises are around, and life expectancy is low in countries with little primary care, and in some countries life expectancy is, as a matter of fact, falling again. AI threats are becoming imminent and can become major threats for bioterrorism and terrorism of other forms. Therefore, the pandemic agreement and also the international health regulations are more needed than they were ever before. I would like to congratulate Tedros for the successful negotiations. Despite the fact that we may not be able to finish these negotiations, it is important to point out the richness of agreement that has been achieved in recent months. This will be clear. At that point, we will ultimately have both the pandemic agreement and the international health regulations. It is already now foreseeable that we will ultimately be successful. The negotiations showed that the North and the South were growing together. WHO has never been needed more than in these days. Therefore, it is important that we increased assessed contributions, and we are looking forward to a successful investment round where Germany will help as good as it can. The WHO organization needs less bureaucracy, more flexibility, and needs to be even more efficient. And I think with this investment round, we can achieve all these goals. We all need to stand together, using everyone's expertise, including Taiwan's, to master the challenges ahead of us. This meeting, today's meeting, is important because it can increase our two major resources in order to master the challenges, which are mutual trust and global understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil, you have the floor to be followed by Australia as the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honored to be representing Brazil and our Minister, Nízia Trindade Lima, who was not able to be here due to a climate, social, and health emergency that is occurring in Brazil. It's undeniable that the relation between climate change and health must be at the heart of the public health agenda. Since last year, under the leadership of President Lula, Brazil has made strong effort to ensure the universal access. We made radical changes, establish a firm commitment with life, vaccination, pharmaceuticals access, primary care, specialized assistance, and digital health transition. After the pandemic, we rebuilt a perspective of taking care of people and of our health system heroes, the healthcare workers. Brazil's commitment with science, technology, and local production came back as our vow to multilateralism, global health, and with WHO. President Lula defined G20 objectives this year as combating inequality, poverty, and hunger. The activities in the health field reflect this broader goal. However, health systems of the future face structural problems. The main challenge we have now is the pandemic agreement, a critical decision for human society. Will we rebuild the global health order after millions of deaths, or will we wait the next pandemic to cry again? True, progress has been made. We commend the consensus reached on draft resolution on social participants. In Brazil, the history of our health system emerged from the social participation. We also strongly support the resolution on natural hazards. Additionally, next year, Brazil will present a draft resolution on the regulation of digital marketing of breast milk substitutes. On the pandemic agreement, we advanced towards a consensus in import issues. However, we must consider the economic and technological asymmetries that were strongly revealed during the pandemic. In Brazil, we only achieved the rate of vaccination coverage of the developed countries when the local production increased. It involved a technological transfer mechanism based on long history of local production that unfortunately was a global exception. We are in a crucial moment to reinforce a real multilateralism in health. Repeat, a real multilateralism in health. We are deciding our future. Brazil believes the right path involves social and environmental responsibility, knowledge and technological deconcentration, equity in
Please
access
conclude your
and
statement.
benefit sharing. The fruits of progress and innovation need to be appropriated by everyone that contributes to it. This situation in which everybody loses or everybody wins. It's possible to have a victory of the global health. The future generation shall be proud
conclude
of
your
us.
statement.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Australia as the last speaker of the day.
Well, thank you, Mr.
3 minutes.
President. Distinguished colleagues, this meeting takes place in an increasingly complex global context. Australia is gravely concerned by the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza and the number of civilian deaths, including children. We commend the WHO for its tireless efforts responding to ongoing urgent health needs, and we call for a humanitarian ceasefire as a critical step towards a permanent and sustainable ceasefire. It's also over 2 years since Russia's full-scale